Hello, hello. Hey, there we go. All right, welcome. Welcome, friends. Hello. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. A lot of times when the title screen runs just a little bit longer than normal, it's because of chaos here at the Slant Alpha household. And today it was because of chaos in the sim. Yeah. When I first tried to spawn at this airport, I selected the gate but did not set it as the spawn-in location. And then when I spawned in, I was on the runway. I wasn't connected to VATSIM, just in the sim. So I remained non-connected to VATSIM. But of course then had to back out of the main menu, come back to a gate position. When I came back to a gate position, the position that it loaded me into was just a little tiny bit too close to the gate, as it put me there. So I had to back it up a little bit, which I did. As I said, posted this on social media. I was like, no, MSFS, I'm not ready to fly, in fact. So that was attempt number 2, and then when I did get spawned in here, finally where I wanted to be, it was that thing. I think we experienced it on stream a few streams ago in this aircraft, where we started it up and every light and dial and switch was on test mode and the wipers were at full speed. I couldn't even find the switches to shut them off. So I think that was a symptom of starting on the runway and then starting at the gate. Like it didn't know what to do with the starting switch position. So I went through just now and turned every switch and dial off that I could find. I hope that we found them all. Hopefully everything will be fine, and hopefully everything will be good to go from here. But anyway, we are up and running, and we are ready to start our Slant Alpha adventure, our Slant Golf adventure technically, but Slant Alpha adventure is of course the legacy name of the channel. And we are flying today in an event that they are staffing up in the Seattle and Oakland and Salt Lake ARTCCs called Boxed In. They're staffing up airports that are known for their cargo operations. We are going to do just a Horizon run, a Alaska regional jet run from Portland to Oakland and then right back up here to Portland. But they are doing this as a cargo-themed event here, as they are staffing up a pretty good amount on the West Coast. And there we are as we zoom out from Portland. You can see that they've got very good air traffic control staffing on VATSIM. Pretty much the entire Mountain and Pacific time zones are staffed from what it appears at the moment. So lots of good West Coast opportunities to fly on VATSIM if you would like to this evening. Well, since we are running a regional passenger service on a night that is cargo themed, that became the inspiration for our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is an image description that we feed into ChatGPT to have it create an image that represents what we're up to that evening. And then through the course of the evening, you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, to get yourself in line for an opportunity to suggest an addition or modification to that description and image. So I said, well, if we're doing a passenger run on a cargo-themed night, what would that look like? And I literally stopped what I was doing and laughed out loud for a good 15 seconds when I saw ChatGPT's rendition of it. Here we are. Passengers providing passenger service on a cargo-themed night. Here we go. Mozzie in particular, right there in my arms, is looking very bewildered about what's going on here. I also love, and I just now caught this, I didn't catch this the first time, but right here in the seat across from us, the sticker on the box says live animals. Well, yeah, at least we didn't put ours in boxes. So that's fun. Anyway, like I said, the way it works is if you want to get in on the action to modify or add to that image, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, and that puts you in line. Once I see that you've done that and I call your name, you can let me know what you would like to do to that image. The last but not least, I will point out that obviously I don't have a Horizon Air livery for the BAe-146. This is the BAe-146 from JustFlight. Lovely vintage regional jet. That was, I guess, probably more of a European regional jet. It is British Aerospace is the manufacturer, after all. But they did run them in the 80s and early 90s over here in the U.S. on some runs, and they never ran it for Alaska Air or Horizon Air never ran it for Alaska's regional service, so I don't have an Alaska livery for this, but we're just running one of the vintage liveries that it comes with, which is Continental Express, but we are logged on as Horizon 2514, so that is going to be the operational plan for this evening. And again, we're running a fictional Alaska shuttle run from Portland down to Oakland, California, and then back again. We got Kenny Monster here. How are you, Kenny? Good to see you. And let us go ahead and jump inside the aircraft. Am I still in slew mode? Why did it put me back there? Camera. Okay, there we go. All right, well, we're in the aircraft, and like I said, we might have to contend with... Oh, I don't have my... Where is this? Oh, this is going to be fun. Where's the tablet? Hit tab. I don't know where the control for the tablet is, or the click spot for the tablet. Huh, well, we might have to spawn out and spawn back in again. I don't know where it is. I will try a few more things here before I give up. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Whew. Alright, so there you go. It's on this little placard up here. Whew, did not know. Okay, wheel trocks can come on. And, yeah, the rest of that we'll get to when we get to. Alright, and we're still in pounds rather than kilograms. Okay, yeah. Alright, good to go. Kenny Musters here says, just landed at Salt Lake, 47, 1.10 Gs. Not the best on Gs. The wind gust caught me. Salt Lake City, for me, I guess I need, and of course I know you're an X-Plane and I'm in Microsoft Flight Sim, but I have not found a scenery for Salt Lake that it isn't like a roller coaster on the runways. Anyway, so we've got our PDC already. We've got the route that we filed here. I'll show it to you on SkyVector. You got a glimpse of it on VATSIM radar. It's the Mini 5 to Hiskew, Q5 up to, and then Spammy, and then the Windsor to arrival into Oakland, and our clearance reflected exactly that. There's our airport diagram. There's the Mini. I'm not sure which direction on Portland we're going to operate yet, but either we take this path out to the west to Mini, or this path out to the east to Mini. Looks like it's a pilot nav departure either way. And then to Hiskew. So, yeah, all looking good there. Easy enough. Initial altitude looks like... doesn't say it. Doesn't say... Normally you get like where it says top altitude, and up in the corner here, it just says maintain assigned altitude. So, no top altitude specified. We'll have to get that from our clearance. Well, what does it say? We got our clearance already. Maintain 7,000. Expect 270 after 10 minutes. Okay, so 7,000 is our initial. Departure frequency 118.1. Transponder code is 6632. And departure runway we don't know yet, but we can come back over here, get the Portland ATIS. We're on the south side, so if they're departing the 28s, 28 left would be the closest, and we are turning out to the south, so we're turning out as we're on the south side of the airport. So I expect 28 left would make the most sense for our departure to southbound, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, Kenny says, yeah, well, Salt Lake's a major airport. I would think they'd have that right by now. I thought the same thing about BWI, but it took them forever to get BWI working in Flight Sim 2020 with a completely missing runway. CTXCB, the Slant Artwork Adventure, is so the event that they're hosting here tonight is cargo themed. The boxed in Salt Lake, Oakland, Boeing Field in Portland. However, we're doing a regional passenger jet. So I figured if we're going to do a regional passenger jet while the event is cargo themed, this might be what that looks like. So we're riding along in a jet full of boxes. So there you go. There's our slant artwork adventure. All right, let's get right to it, guys. I'm a little bit so 25 minutes into the stream, and I'm just now getting the plane fired up. So bear with me for just a moment. Let me ignore the chat and get this thing going. And then we'll come back to the slant artwork request if that's something that you would like to do. Oh, I see you just put that in. But yeah, just give me a moment to get the plane started and up and running, and we'll come back to that, I promise. All right. Let's get the passenger and cargo doors open. We can go ahead and get the batteries on up top. Logo light on, no smoking, cabin emergency exit lights armed, avionics masters on ×5, brake fans to auto, anti-skid on, yellow and green spoilers on. Let's go to the overhead low, AC and DC bus ties, standby inverter and generator. Let's get the APU gen light. I bet you that's a gear. Yeah, okay. Okay, gear again. Again, the plane spawned in all these weird positions. So APU, and the APU already running. I don't even know why that is. I didn't start it yet, but okay. So APU is running. APU gen is on. Let's get APU air on and pack 1 on. Center tank transfer to auto. Galley switch and flight deck emergency lights armed. Down to the front panel. Yeah, CTXCB. I will decline on that one just because I don't want to depict an accident or emergency situation. If you want to give me another one, go ahead. Master warning knob, nav radios. On, DME radio on. Let's jump down here and get the comm radios on. Yeah, I don't want to pick an airline. I don't want to depict an airline disaster. We can do a different thing. Hope that you understand on that. Comm radios, ADF radios. Let's get the FMC powers on. While they're booting up, we can come down here and get the brake temps monitors already on. We're good. We can get the yaw damper power on as well. All right, over here we can put in 80 passengers. I like just 2,400 pounds front and back. Oh, what do I need for fuel? Sim Caesar is here. That's a 57-month resub from Sim Caesar. Thanks so much. Okay, yeah, CTXEV, we can do that. Sometimes it bulks at specific celebrities, but we'll get you something close enough. Sim Caesar, I don't know why my resubscription notification didn't go off, but thank you very kindly for the resub. Truly do appreciate that. 57-month resub from Sim Caesar. And I wonder if I can trigger... No, I don't want to report Sim Caesar. I want to trigger the alert. I don't know what happened there. But thank you very kindly for the resubscription and the continued support of the channel, my friend. Very much appreciated. Yeah, my alerts...
The little rascal has spirit?
Well, there we got you. Your event triggered.
Yes,
your intro sound and your shout out,
Bewitz,
but the alerts box is not
Toucher,
working somehow.
Having do. Oh,
Okay, well,
about
I'm
11.
glad we've discovered that now, so I can make sure I just do verbal alerts for all that stuff. But yeah, thank you very kindly for this test there, Sim Caesar. But really, truly appreciate the continued support of the channel. Yeah, I'll dig into getting the stream started up was a whole fiasco. It was one fiasco after another tonight for mostly sim related reasons, but it does seem like the alerts are not working. So I will I'll dig into that. Oh, wait a minute. Might be one thing I can do here. That might fix it. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, well, anyway, like I said, we're going to focus on getting the aircraft up and running first, and then we'll come back to that. Alright, where we leave off? We got the passengers, we got the cargo. I did, what's the fuel? 81.67 per wing, and then... $81.67, and then the center is going to have 1,700. Okay, so let's do the instant refuel. And then we'll do the 10-minute boarding. Okay. Alright, we're underway, and we've got the warnings about the fuel weight. I don't think we're overweight, but the tablet's warning us that we might be. But anyway, let's go ahead and get to it. We've got our ATIS information Quebec. Altimeter is 3020, so we can go ahead and get that set across the board here. Now, I think my weather simulation might not be working. Let's do real time and live weather on. Okay, that's... And then, but let's back up the time a little bit. Okay, so now with 3020 set, we are showing the correct field elevation. So, always a good cross check to make, because that cross-check of realizing that setting the altimeter did not reflect the correct field elevation was what triggered me to remember that I had not looked at the weather settings. So there you go. Always a good one to do. Set the altimeter to the observation at the field, but then verify that the field elevation is correctly reflected. So there we go. Alright, comm radios. We don't need to talk to the clearance delivery controller because we've already gotten our clearance. But we can talk to ground on 121.9er. Actually, do we need to call for push? It does say call for pushback, but I guess that's to ground. 1 to Tango or Kilo. 21.9er. Portland Tower is 123.775. We'll go ahead and switch over to 2. Let's accept that. We'll go to
my contact Portland Tower
the menu and the flight plan.
Come on, 118.
And then the departure frequency that we were given is 18.1. Yeah, that does look like Does look like it's good. Okay, so 18.1. Okay, so that's what we'll be ready to switch to. Well, we got ground here, tower here, and then departure here. Let's put in our route, KPDX, enter, accept. Let's go to the menu. Let's go to the departures. We're going to depart. We assume it's going to be off of 28 left, but we can change that if we need to. The SID is the
1824 Portland ground.
Mini, which is number 4. It's the HISCU, which is option 3. Enter. We'll put that into the flight plan. We'll go to the next page, and then we'll pick up from there. After HISCU, it's the Q5 airway. So let's go to a list of airways, and it is from Q5. Enter. Q5 goes to up to.
Delta 1203 contact.
So that's option
Portland
5. Oops. Option 5 and enter. So let's go back. HISCU Harper Comegan Hub 2. After Hub 2, it is spammy and then the Windsor 2, but that's all going into Oakland. So let's just go into KOAK and accept, and then let's go to the menu and then the arrivals. Probably runway 30, that's the normal runway. It's going to be the Windsor 2 from Hub 2, or no, from Spammy rather. We're going to just go the ILS to runway 30. And looking at that, yeah, we think Fist would be probably way too far out for what we need. But likely get vectored in from closer in. So we'll just select Fist as the transition. The arrival, the Windsor doesn't end at any of those points. So, like, we would always want to try and make sure. Okay, hop to Alex and then Christen. And hop to Alex and Christen aren't really on any of these points here. So we'll just figure we're going to get vectored in from the farthest point on the closest leg is my best guess, and then, you know, if we're told something else by the controller, then that's fine. And then we'll just tune in the radio-based parameters for that approach a little later on.
Okay, AirCal 91, taxi to south ramp via Charlie Echo, cross runway 3.
But let's go ahead and put that into the flight plan. We'll page down, check it in next, and everything was looking good there. Okay, so let's go into nav and flight plan, and we're good. Down at the bottom, we can set our squawk, which was what, 6632, and we'll put it into transponder mode. We'll come back to the front panel. The initial heading, if we're departing off of 28 left or 28 right, is 283. Oh, it's so it's the same. It's the same whether we're departing 28 left or 28 right. Well, that's good. I won't bother messing with it then. But it's 283, and then we'll just put it into LNAV mode. So 283 will be the initial heading.
Runway 28 left, taxi via Charlie.
Might be what we already had set. And we are going to be in RNAV on both sides. And split, and the initial heading. Okay, so the initial heading we did already. The initial altitude we said was 7,000. And then can I altitude? No, it's not. It's not letting me do that because I don't have the flight director's armed. But I think from that point it will let me do that. Yep, altitude armed. And I don't want heading armed, I actually want LNAV mode armed. Okay,
and
so we're good.
AirCal 91 Heavy, if you could enter the ramp at Echo 5, please.
Roger that, we'll enter the ramp Echo 5, Pilot Club 91.
The ground Southwest Big 533, ready for taxi.
Southwest 3573, runway.
So the boarding progress says it's 26% done, but there's only 2 minutes left. So I think the percentage is off somehow. Again, the plane and the stream have loaded up with a lot of glitches in it. It looks like we're almost done. But let me go ahead and take care of that
runway 28 right, taxi via
snap
Alpha 6
artwork
Alpha.
request.
28 right, Alpha 6 Alpha, Delta 750.
Delta 1824, contact Portland Tower 118.7 CM.
187 for Delta 1824.
Alright, CTXCB, I've got your image request working. And yes, it says 29% done, but 1 minute done, and we've got 9 passengers to go. Alright, well, I don't know why the alerts aren't working, but... So CTXCB says, I was watching the BAFTA Game Awards tonight. They showed the song they made for the new James Bond game, sung by Lana Del Rey. Oh my gosh. I am not up on any of that. I know you're a big, of course, I know you're a big gamer,
Portland
but
Tower
I am not up on
123.77
any of that. Oh, it did a great job with this.
Thank you.
CTXCB, it did a great job with this. So there you go. A little more apropos to Seattle than Portland, but man, that looks perfect. All right, so one more passenger to board, and all the cargo's done. I can't believe they had to get a cargo plane back from New York. Yeah, when you think Tom Hanks and cargo planes, you think of a different movie, right? Which is probably related to the one I told you we would not be doing. Alright, anyway. Let's verify that we've got brake pressure showing, and we got the, actually, parking brake handle. I can't tell what position that's in.
Monitor, Portland Tower 118.72.
18.7
Okay, that is out now, and we do have brake pressure, so glad I verified. We can pull the wheel chocks. Let's go ahead and get the trim set. Click there, you see the wheel turn. Yep, alright, cargo. Let me not cargo.
Very good evening. I'm here 777 at
Oxygen
gate
systems
Delta
on.
15 with PDC. Information Quebec request pushback.
Let's get the... Yeah, there we go.
777 heavy
Seatbelt sign. Cruise cabin... Yeah, cruise pressurization set. We're going to be cruising at 27,000 feet today, so... Oh, this is all off. Okay, yeah, so 1010, 11, 12, 13. So just standard pressure there. Now we can pull that. So what's the rate? Rates. Yeah, rates just right side up there. Cabin pressure, 27,000. So altitude is going to be 7,000. Okay, man, this cockpit just loaded up in such a weird configuration. We're going to have to just double check that everything is where it's supposed to be. So this is going to be a fun one. Oh, it says external power available. External power off we want. Okay. Okay. Cabin pressure set. Let's get the anti-icing on, and sorry, ice detection on, and then engine anti-icing on just for the startup process. Then let's come down here.
15, contact Portland Tower 123.775. Correction, 118.7.
18.7.
Temperature, as reported, is 15. So we'll set that here. I think we'll start with 720 in the books. And we'll we'll put the power on, and we'll put it in takeoff mode,
Delivery Alaska.
and then we'll set the
128. I am very
bugs
new.
for flaps 18.
Alaska 128, Portland ground. You are in the ramp. Contact me short of Tango for taxi.
I did not realize I was on ground, and again, I am very new. Sorry about that. We will contact you at the ramp.
Okay, so let's take a quick peek at our weather, and then we'll do a quick briefing for the passengers. So, cloud layer at 4,500. Surface winds are pretty light. Temperature here at the origin is 15, which is what, mid-60s? Just about 60. We got pretty high pressure. The surface conditions show pretty high pressure and light surface winds all the way down. So that should mean, and I'm not showing any, let's make sure I have the precipitation layer on. Yeah, I do. Okay. So if surface weather is all very light and pressures are above standard, then that should mean fairly favorable weather all the way in. Yeah, 18 knots at San Francisco with 3005. Yeah, gusty winds at the destination. Light winds north.
Emirates 777.
So very gusty winds right over the bay, but otherwise light surface winds and high pressures throughout the route today. So, so we'll say, yeah, we might have a bump or two while we climb up through that cloud layer. All right, here we go, and it's Alaska Air. Alaska Express? What do they call this? What is Alaska Regional Service called? It's called Alaska Regional. I don't even know. Alaska Express. We'll just call it Alaska Airlines. We'll just brand ourselves as the mainline carrier. That's fine. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Alaska Airlines Flight 2514 service to Oakland. We are a little bit late getting pushed back from the gate, but we'll hope to be wheels up by the top of the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 29 minutes, and we'll be cruising at 27,000 feet for you today. Weather here in Portland is right around 60 degrees with very light winds. We do have a little bit of a cloud layer that we have to climb through to get up to cruise. We might have a bump or two as we push through that cloud layer, but otherwise we expect smooth air once we get up there to 27,000 as the surface conditions all the way from here to Northern California are showing light winds and high pressure, so it should be fairly stable air all the way down as far as we can tell. So do get settled in, buckled in, and tighten up that seatbelt just one extra notch for the departure itself, and then I hope to have a nice, beautiful flight the rest of the way down to Oakland for you. Thanks again for flying with us on Alaska Airlines Flight 2514 service to Oakland.
United 751.
Let's get a pushback.
Thank you for a callback. Pushback onto Tango's approved tail west.
Pushback on Tango approved tail west 375.
And they're dictating tail west, so we'll plan for that. And enter. And we'll request our pushback. We can't roll until we have permission from ground to do that, but we'll just get that started. And yeah, we are pushing on to Tango. Okay, let's get our beacon light on. Let's jump up here, get the pack number 1 off. Let's get the remaining, we don't have any of the fuel pumps on. Let's get all of them on. And let's get the start master on. And number 4 selected. Alright, let's verify that we have the current ATIS. It is still Quebec. And we are good to go. Portland ground, Horizon 2514's off of Bravo 3 or Bravo 4 on the Tango.
Horizon 2514, Portland ground. Pushback onto Tango's approved tail west.
I push on to Tango tail west, Horizon 2514. Okay, release the brake, release the hold. And we're rolling. We'll start to number 4. We'll wait for about 2% in. Okay, we'll bring the fuel in. One undocumented checklist item now complete as well. So 007 First Light is a new Bond game coming out May 27th. They delayed it after a March 27th scheduled release for further optimization. It does not share a likeness to any of the actors who've played James. This is the first one to use an original character. Oh, I wonder... yeah, I wonder what motivated that. Up top, we'll go to number 3. Start. Okay, 2% in. We'll get the fuel coming in. Pushback is just about complete. We'll get the parking brake back on, and we'll shut that off. Once this gets up through 10%, we can jump up top and start to number 2. Should have an Emirates taxiing off to our right. Yep, okay, but obviously don't have a livery for it, but there he is. Alright, up top. Number 2, start. Uh-oh. Why are we not getting
Emirates 777 heavy contact, Portland Tower 123.77, yep.
123.77, yeah.
Emirates 777 Portland ground, Delta 1208, right for taxi with Quebec.
Delta 1208, thank you for Quebec. Runway 28 right, taxi via Kilo Alpha 6 Alpha.
Kilo Alpha 6 Alpha for Delta 1208.
All of a sudden my starters on my left side don't work, and I don't know why.
Portland ground, United 751 late taxi, mission back.
Was that last call, United 751?
Affirm.
United 751, runway 28 or left, taxi via Tango Bravo 5 Bravo.
Runway 28 left, taxi via Tango Bravo 5 Bravo, United 751.
Yeah, I bumped that switch up there somehow. Okay, it's working now.
Alaska 128, request taxi to 28 left.
Alaska 128, Portland ground, runway 28 right, taxi via Tango Alpha.
Taxi via Tango Alpha for 28 right.
What's your call sign?
Alaska 128, my bad, I'm new.
You're good.
Alright, once it's up through 10, the red light should go off. Oh, once this goes up through 10, really. Okay, now we can come up here. Okay, yeah, so it was just... okay, so the start power was coming from external instead of normal. Yeah, I must have bumped that at some point during the start process. That's why the number 2 didn't want to fire, because I had no external power. Alright, we're getting there, friends. Be about a 15-minute delay getting out airborne, all on me. All on me. Can't blame air traffic control for any of this delay. Okay, final red lights off. Let's go up top. Start master. Yes, start selector off. Start master off. Screen and probe heats on. Engine anti-ice off. Hydraulic power on. Packs on. Up top, we'll do the. Oh, this is hydraulics, and then the hydraulic cross feeds. That was the electric. There's generators up there. Let's put the warning system in. Parking brake off. No warnings are noted. Config check did not pass because I am not in flaps 18. Config check still did not pass. Possibly because I'm still not yet in flaps 18. Oh, it's going to yell because it's telling me I'm over the weight. Yeah, so the config check's going to not be happy no matter what we do.
Portland Tower 123.77.
Okay, well that is what it is.
Portland Tower 123.750, CFC United 751.
Flight control check.
United 751 is 123.775.
All good.
Oh, my apologies. 123.775, United 751.
Alright, now let's refresh the ATIS information.
1208, contact
Quebec.
Portland Tower 118.70.
118.7, Delta 1208, yeah.
And ground horizon 2514 information, Quebec, we're ready to taxi off Bravo 4.
Horizon 2514, Portland ground, thanks for Quebec, runway 28 left, taxi Tango Bravo.
Tango and Bravo to 28 left, horizon 2514. Okay, underway. Looking like we'll be airborne about 15 minutes late. But it's okay. We are away from the gate, so we'll go ahead and get the weather radar on. Doesn't look like we're racing anybody.
Alaska 128, contact Portland Tower on 118.7.
Contact Tower 118.7, Alaska 128.
Oh, we got a West Tower 18.7 now, so that might be where we're sent to. If that's the case, we'll get that over here. So if we're sent to 18.7, we'll get it off of this radio. If we're sent to 23.775, we'll get it off of this radio. Taxi light on, yeah, I did that. Transponder, cabin crew, continuous ignition. Let's go ahead and get the transponder on. Looks like we're going to be number 1 up there. And then the last thing will just be the lights. Taxi lights coming off.
Horizon 2514, contact Portland Tower 123.775, yeah.
Alright, 23.775. Horizon 2514, thanks. Okay, so that's that one, and then we're still on departure. I was on 18.1 still.
United 751, contact departure.
Portland Tower, Horizon 2514, short of 28 left, we're ready.
Horizon 2514, Portland Tower, good afternoon, standby.
All right. Wow, that is a beautiful view there. I always get the
Horizon
mountains.
2514, runway 28 left, line up and wait.
28 left, line up and wait. Horizon 2514. I was going to say, I always get them confused. Yeah, that is Mount Hood there. Okay, since we are taking the runway, we get the strobe lights on. We're not going to get the forward-facing lights on until we actually are cleared to go. I don't know why the nav lights weren't on already.
Intentional aircraft, information Romeo, now current, Portland altimeter 3018.
Okay, we'll knock that down.
Horizon
301.
2514, wind now 280 at 9, runway 28 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 28 left, Horizon 2514. Okay, spool the engines up, no warnings, no vibrations. Takeoff power coming at you. Now it's going to yell because it's telling me we're overweight. It will yell until we are airborne, and then we'll ignore that, and then we'll be fine. Okay, takeoff power is set. Push a little forward pressure on the yoke until 80 knots, and now release that. Gear coming up. Pitch to maintain the bubble speed until we're 1,000 feet.
2514, contact departure 118.1. Have a great flight.
At departure 18-1, Horizon 2514. We'll see you. Okay, max continuous thrust. Portland departure Horizon 2514, 1,200 going to 7.
Boston 128, Seattle, full departure, radar contact, on maintain 15,000.
He didn't call us. We're going to try and keep it around 1,000, so let's capture the vertical speed and go ahead and get the autopilot on. Okay, we're through the bug speed, the red bug speed. We'll go ahead and get the flaps in, and then we'll reset the bubble bug to 250. Portland departure Horizon 2514, 2,600 going to 7.
Horizon 2514, full departure, radar contact, on maintain 15,000.
The 15,000 Horizon 2514. I think that is a phantom traffic call. We don't need to worry about that.
Descend. Descend. Descend.
If I look on VATSIM radar, I don't think there's nobody on VATSIM anywhere near us, so I'm not going to worry about that.
Alaska 128, contact Seattle Center 135.45.
Contact Seattle Center 135.45, Alaska 128. Have a great day.
Overshot the speed quite a bit. So let's bring the speed back to 250, and then we'll capture the speed once it gets back under control.
Clear of conflict.
Okay, yeah, I think we just had some ground radar, ground targets being detected there. Really weren't threats to us. We are RNAV to Doudry. So let's look at the departure, make sure that we are good. Yeah, Kelly and then Doudry and then down to Minnie, so the route's working the way it's supposed to. We're good there.
One step up the handoff. Maintain flight level 190.
Maintain flight level 192.
Looks like we're right on 250.
Contact Seattle Center 132.07.
Alright, coming up on 10,000. We can get the, I never did get the forward-facing lights on with the takeoff clearance.
2514, contact Seattle Center 132.07.
3207, Horizon 2514. So the forward-facing lights should have been turned on with the takeoff clearance. And I forgot. Departure, I'm sorry, for 2514, which frequency?
132.075.
Got it, thanks. So in wanting to tell you about my mistake, I forgot what frequency I was supposed to go to. Anyway, so once I got the takeoff clearance, the forward-facing lights should have come on, and I forgot to do that, but they've come back off now. Let's do a pressurization check. Yeah, differential's about a third of the way up. Cabin altitude's normal, climbing towards 7. Everything's good. Seattle Center Horizon at 2514, so 12,600 going for 15,000.
Horizon Air 2514, Seattle Center low, climb and maintain flight level 270.
270, Horizon Air 2514.
Yeah, I'll try to get
Okay, so through 10,000, forward-facing lights can come back off. We can go ahead and turn on the engine air. We can turn off the APU air. We can turn off the APU. Yeah, another symptom of spawning on the runway and then changing back. Anything else here normal? Anything else here looks good, I guess.
302 for 15.
Okay, we do have ice detection, so we're going to go ahead and get some anti-icing systems on. Continuous ignition should have been turned off a moment ago, but now we'll leave it on since we are combating some icing. Why did all those go into dim?
Seattle Center, right 2280 on the ground in Eugene, IFR Seattle. Ignore 2280 clear to Seattle Stillman International Airport via the Eugene 1 departure radar vector city as filed. Maintain 9,000, expect flight level 3201 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 132.07, squawk 5233.
Right, 2280 is cleared to Seattle International via the Eugene 1 departure radar vector.
So there you go. I can control the brightness of that. I did not know that. But again, it suddenly changed without my commands. I don't know why it did that, but
President 2280 squawk
it's good.
5233, 5233, rest 3 minutes back.
Alright, 5230, President 2280.
Okay, so again, we do have the anti-icing systems all on and the continuous ignition still on. We're still climbing at 250 knots. How are we doing on that, by the way? Yeah, we're pretty close. I mean, not exactly 250, but very close. Okay, detected ice is gone. So I'm going to go ahead and shut these all off now. Hope that it does not immediately come back, but we'll see. And through 18,000, we can send to the standard altimeter 2992. We'll do that across the board 3 times.
Perfect. That's what we had set up. The RNAV Zulu for 3-4 left, 35.7, thanks.
All right. So we're pretty much done with the airport diagram. We're pretty much done with the Mini 5 departure, and we've got a profile descent here. I'm gonna start doing some math to because we got the resub there from Iowa Scotsman. I'm sorry that my stream alerts aren't working tonight, Iowa Scotsman, but thank you very kindly for the 58-month resubscription and the continued support of the channel. Thank you for that. So we've got a profile descent now. A flight management computer in a modern jet is going to automatically calculate the optimal path down through these constraints at the profile that is most fuel efficient but still meets all these constraints. I am going to kind of do a little bit of math over the distances and the vertical constraints, and we're going to come up with our own version of that. Whether and who knows whether we need to be at 240 because we have to make this one at 230, or maybe we need to be at 240 because we need to make this one at 16, or maybe we can't get down quick enough to make the high end. Maybe we can't get down quick enough to make 13, so we have to start at the lower part of this. And who knows? I'm going to do all that math now and see whether we can be higher later, which is more fuel efficient, or whether we need to be lower earlier in order to make some of these later constraints. So I'm going to plug these into a little chart that I have off to the side here.
Delta 514, Seattle Center East.
Oh, we've got a Delta 514. I'm going to have to try hard not to answer to that. We got a resubscription there from Bed Dave. A 3-year resubscription and no alert sound for it. Bed Dave, I'm so sorry. I don't know why the alert sounds are not working tonight, but they are not. And I wish I knew why. I'll have to dig into that later on. Alright, but anyway, it's just spammy. 24,000. 26,000. We got 10 miles to make Hubert.
Traffic 11,000 and 3014.
23,000 pounds.
We'll fix the weather.
And we got 22 miles to Windsor.
984,
16,000
13.5, climbing 15,000.
to 22,000.
Station 2 Charlie Delta, contact Seattle Road 125.6.
26 miles.
EPS 5984, you calling out of 14,100 for 15,000.
Yeah, currently
5,000
14.6 for 1550, EPS 5984.
Then we got
EPS
14,000 to
5984,
Boys.
level 190.
And That's so
190, UPS 5984.
And then from there, we don't really have a choice. 7,000, and then 5,000, and then 5,000. But let's say...
South 514, before you go, clear direct Rogue Valley, Oscar Echo Delta.
Clear the...
That's 260. So if we start at 26,000, it's overall 264 feet per nautical mile to get to 7,000 at voice. So that's very, very doable. I just need to figure out what values to put in. Oh, we got a potential hype train going. Well, thank you for that. Got some cheerbits coming in from CTX-TV to keep fielding the hype train. So yeah, we've got... oh, and we got a slant artwork request from Andrew Fribologic. Andrew Fribologic, here's what we got. We got, of course, the event tonight is a very cargo themed. I guess I should show this here as well. So it's the boxed in Friday Night Ops event. They're staffing up a bunch of cargo airports that are known for their cargo operations. We are doing a regional passenger service. So I was like, well, if we're doing a regional passenger service on a cargo run, what would that look like? So we got me and the dogs, and then we've added, because we're up in the Pacific Northwest, we added the characters from Sleepless in Seattle as well. So let me know what you'd like to add to that, Andrew, and I'll be happy to do it. I'll help with the dogs and delivery outfits.
Cross Keiko at 11,000 Alaska 198.
UPS 5984 descending the Olympia 2 arrival, landing north, flowing altimeter for 3022.
Descend to Olympia 2, 3022, landing north.
Alright, great suggestion, Andrew. We do have ice detection again, so back on comes the continuous ignition, back on comes the anti-icing systems.
Thank you. I'll approach clearance for you about 2.5.
Roger, both. Vector, touch.
Challenger 8, Mike Juliet on Alpha 6 for Detroit.
Challenger 8, Mike Juliet, wind 360 at 8, runway 34 left for the takeoff.
Yes, takeoff 34 left, Challenger 8, Mike Juliet.
Oh my God, Andrew, it did great. ChatGPT is so funny. I was not very specific. Instead of putting them in UPS outfits, it put them in PUPS outfits. Oh, Jesus. That's gotta be the best one it's done so far. Oh my God. Oh my dear. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's too funny.
Emirates 777 contact 017 2907.
Oh, that's too funny. Oh my god.
Take it, that's it, again.
I can't see.
American 777 Oakland 119er.907.
Oh, Keely came to check on me. I'm fine, dear.
907, MX, yeah.
Oh my dear Lord, that's the best. Icing warning is off now. Let's go ahead and shut all this stuff off. Oh my dear Lord, that's so good. So good. We're up to go. Oh my goodness. Smithy Chris, so many switches, I know. And they're all the same white toggle switches. I'm well aware of Sim Caesar's rant for that plane that all the switches are identical.
Shed at or about 5,300 and cleared. RNAV.
Oh, you were our departure controller? Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, Smithy. Yeah, I can't make Expo this year. This will be the first one out of 7 that I'll miss.
118.1 today.
118.1 today, Pilot.
CPS 5984, contact
That's
Seattle
so good.
125.6.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, if the dog isn't dressed like that during ZDC Live, I don't want it. I know, right? We'll have to talk to our host about that. Oh, so you're going to be traveling to the East Coast before that anyway, so you're stopping back in on the way to Seattle. Oh, okay, very cool. Yeah, so the city that I work in and for hosts an air show in June. And I don't, of course, I'm not involved in aviation for a living, but the agency that I work for does support that event. And this time, for the first time in the 7 events, those 2 weekends are coinciding, so I can't leave. So I'll be stuck in town, but at least I'll be stuck in town for something aviation related going on. CTXCB wants to do another modification. Go ahead and let me know. Let me know what you'd like to do. All right, so we've reached our cruise altitude. Seatbelt signs can come up, off rather.
Challenger 178, Mike Juliet, climb and maintain flight level 390.
Climb and take level 390, Challenger 8, Mike Juliet.
Seattle Center, FedEx 273, heavy checking in, flight level 360.
FedEx 273, Seattle Center, hello, did you have a speed assign?
Okay, Roger. Assign Mach 1H for now, FedEx 270.
All right. So made it up to cruise. Ice detection, anti-ice is all off. That's all off. Let's do a cruise pressure check. So cabin altitude sitting right at 7,000 as it should, no longer climbing, and the cabin differential pressure is at its normal, right up under the yellow and red marks. We're accelerating to our cruise speed now. Go ahead and just set the bug on like Mach 0.72 there. That's close enough. And then once it gets up close to that, we'll knock the
Challenger 178, Mike Juliet, contact Seattle Center,
knock the
135.45.
power down from
135.45, Challenger 8, Mike Juliet.
where it sits to our cruise power. I'm gonna, let's just say 740 for now. And then see how that does us. And then we can adjust as necessary. Alright, so we're coming up to the speed that we want. Let's go ahead and switch over into target mode or turbine gas temp mode. Pull the throttles down a little bit, but once you get them close enough, this box just automatically fine-tunes to make sure that the engines are all putting out the same power setting. So as long as we get the throttles near where it needs it, it can kind of take it from there. I like to just get them sitting level to just for the aesthetics of it.
Canada 8467, Seattle Center, good evening.
Alright, CTXCB wants to add a refreshments trolley with Crystal Pepsi being manned by the guys from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Alright, we'll get more of that in just a moment. Let me see what's going on with the cruise speed now and the cruise power setting. Looks like it's still kind of creeping up on us. So instead of 740, I'm going to knock it down to about 720.
Good evening, Southwest 3707.
And then let's see if it settles in or whether it comes back down a little bit or whether we've overcorrected. We'll kind of see what happens from there.
They on level 240, 3707.
Southwest 3707, roger, and you're assigned altitude as well.
Looks like it's still creeping up, so let's...
Southwest 3707, I'll take that as a no. Descend via the tempered for arrival landing.
Take that as a no, he says. Let's just drop it down to 700, and we'll see if we can get the speed to kind of settle back in. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 27,000 feet. We turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, and the cabin crew is going to come around now with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Portland tachos, tater tots. Type nacho thing, I guess. We will give you an update on the weather situation once we are starting our descent into Oakland, but for now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thanks for flying along with us on Alaska Airlines Flight 2514. Alright, so CTXCB, we've got the refreshments trolley with Crystal Pepsi and our hosts from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. The Flyer Studios also wanted to make a addition or modification to our slant artwork adventure, so let me know what you'd like to do there. Alright, that might be a bit too complex. I will do my best to reflect most of that.
Seattle Center, Southwest 1752, 10,900.
Southwest 1752, Seattle Center, climb to maintain, level 350.
350, Southwest 1752.
Horizon 2280, Eugene, taxi.
Southwest 971, the same Hawk number.
Mach 79 for Southwest 971.
Southwest 971, reduced to Mach 0.7.
I make no guarantees that it's going to get any of that accurate, but we'll do our best.
Visionary 2380, runway 34 left, taxi to Alpha 6.
Alright, is the speed still drifting up a little bit? 462, is it kind of stabilized there? Or is it still drifting up? We'll have to see.
Asiana, correction, Asiana 271, Seattle Center, climb and maintain, level 340.
We got the resubscription there from Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer, thank you very kindly for the resub. I'm sorry that the alerts don't seem to be working
Asiana
tonight.
271, climb and maintain, level 340. Indiana 271 deviations left of course approved. When able, direct to should advise. Tango Oscar uniform.
Okay, activation approved and ready. First flight. Tango Oscar uniform.
American 35.
Yeah, ChatGPT is kind of struggling with it. I'm trying to. It's sometimes finicky about adding real people, like real known people. It did great with the characters from Sleepless in Seattle earlier. I was surprised. But it might be balking at some of the other proprietary characters we're trying to add in here. I'm trying to adjust the description so it will allow it.
President 2280 runway 34 left, clear for takeoff.
34 left, clear for takeoff, President 2280.
It looks like the speed's still drifting up ever so slightly, so I'm going to come over here.
264, flight level 260, flight level 240.
Falcon 264, Seattle Center low, descend via the Olympia 2, arrival landing north, Boeing altimeter 3022.
Send on the Olympia 2 landing north, Falcon 264.
So we'll set it to 680. We'll keep it back on there. Let's see if that helps us.
Flight 17 descending through 18.8 for 16,000. We have the weather Eugene.
Flight 17, Seattle Center welcome. Eugene altimeter 3014. Descend and maintain 10,000. When able, clear direct swap for the RNC Zulu, runway 34 left approach.
Alright, where are we? We are
Alright,
on our way from Hiscu to Harper.
3014 and direct swamp for the RNF Zulu running 34 left for flight 17.
That's 178 UMP.
1, flight 17.
So yeah, CTXV, I got it. It worked out okay. I don't see the spilled beverage. I see, wow, I see some rather fun beverages back here.
Is you on a 271 take?
That didn't get it exactly, but I think it did a pretty good job with that.
Southwest 3707, contact 4 minute approach, 118.1.
118.1, thank you, bye-bye, Southwest 3707.
So the speed's starting to settle back in. I'm going to go ahead and kick it up another 10 degrees here. So 700 was still a little too much, 680 just a little bit too little. And let's see if 690 then puts it right there. Yeah, I know, the Steve Martin character looks a little fluffy, but yeah, it did a good job with it. Okay, so speed came up another knot there. Let's just make sure it doesn't run out of control. We might get that overspeed warning, but otherwise I think we're okay. Anyway, so I came up with
198 contact, port approach 124.35.
124.35, we'll have to 198 today.
I came up with some values that give us a nice continuous descent here. So instead of 26, if we go 25.6, and then we go 23 is, yeah, 23 is good. And then in this one we go 17.3, and then this one we go 10,007, and then we have to get 7,000 by this one. This gives us a perfect continuous descent in terms of feet per nautical mile. So I'm going to go ahead and plug these values in to the FMC as far as the descent profile. Again, your modern, your NG FMC are going to do all that math for you. But for us, to come up with a nice continuous descent, that does take a little bit of manual work. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll put the nav over there, we'll put the VNav over here. Yeah, at some point all the boxes are going to become people. We're trending that way, aren't we? Alright, well let's get the descent path
Southwest 971 descend via the Timbers 4 arrival landing west.
Plugged in, and then we'll start looking ahead to our arrival.
Alright, sun temperature's 4 to
So Weber is the first one that we want to add change. So they're at the bottom of the screen. So Weber, we want to do 10,700.
Clear 3321, go ahead.
I copied that, 5 minutes.
Let's see, before you go, you can increase the Mach 0.74.
Okay, so Honda and Alex at 5, that's, we can't change those. Boys at 7, we can't do that. Weber at 10.7, and then before that, Windsor at 17.3. And then before that, Hubbard at 23.
Submitted 751, contact Oakland Center, 119.907.
Oakland Center, 119.987. Kia for United States.
And then Spammy at
2147, Seattle.
25.6.
Southwest 2147, go ahead.
All right, just make sure you're with me, figure altitude and your assigned altitude, please.
All right, we're at flight level 360, and we were told to descend near arrival, which we
Target
have
vertical speed 2,000.
And
we are
transition maintain 300 knots or greater.
187 miles from top of descent, so we're good. We're ahead of the game.
Southwest 971 in the transition maintain 290 knots.
Alright, and the indicated airspeed's dropped a little bit, but we're, I'm sorry, the ground speed's dropped a little bit, but the indicated airspeed's still perfect, right on where we bugged it, so I would say that 690 is working perfectly for us.
Southwest 2147, public speeds advanced, please.
We are at public speeds. Did you need something different?
Yes, Southwest 2147, I just told you to in the transition maintain 300 knots or greater, and advanced, resume the public speed.
Okay, advanced public speeds. I got it 300 knots and then public speeds advanced. Southwest 2147.
Raspberry 2280, radar contact locked. Southwest 971, that's 290.
CTXD's got one more idea? Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Let's let it ride for a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. I seem to have waterboarded myself when I was laughing so hard at the pups' delivery uniforms.
China 2060, Seattle Center, climb maintain level 340.
340 for Giant 2060 heavy.
All right, let's start working ahead. First of all, let's peek in on our progress here. Looks like we're getting close to being passed over to Oakland. How is Oakland doing in terms of volume? Oh, not bad. Not being too swamped. I think Oakland's one of those that that sometimes just doesn't get a lot of love. 1997, or that's 2514.
Seattle Center, Frontier Flight 4701, good evening, 14,000.
Alright, and if we do get a descent via, what's it called? It's called the Windsor 2. Oakland Center Horizon there, 2514, 270.
Horizon there, 2514, Oakland Center, evening.
So we didn't get that descent yet, and that's fine. We've got plenty of time. What was I going to say? Okay, so yeah, so the speeds worked out nicely. It is the Windsor 2. I am assuming we're landing 3-0 at Oakland. Does it say? It does not get. We're not getting range, but we can kind of get a cheap preview here. ATIS, KOAK _ATIS. Information, whiskey. Always good when you've got whiskey on board. 23013, altimeter 3004, ILS, and visual approach. Runways 30 and 28 left. 30 is the usual one for the commercial side, so that's kind of what we plan on is ILS runway 30. Well, that's already what I've got in the FMC. The only difference is I don't know. The arrival comes down to Hopta and Alex and Chrisen, and then there's transition points. They're from two different, like a shorter base leg and then a longer base leg onto the ILS 30. And the Windsor does put us on kind of a right downwind for the airport, so that's fine. It does indeed look like we're on a right downwind onto this. But doesn't really line up with any of the specific transition points here. So sometimes you'll see that the arrival is designed to connect directly with the primary approach. Doesn't look like that's the case. So what I did was I was just like, well, Oakland traffic's not likely to be super heavy, so I'll just take the shorter leg, the sooner leg, the leg that comes in from more north. You know, we cut it in tighter from a north right downwind. So I pulled in the fist transition and then this set of points here. If we end up needing the Maischen transition, the controller should probably tell us that. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But for right now, we got fist, and then if they vector us straight onto final, and we just end up taking radar vectors to join somewhere near Wuhan, and that's even easier. So I've got these points programmed in, but I don't really know which of these two transition legs we would need, if either. Kid Kosher's with us. Kid Kosher's doing Dallas to Salt Lake. Should be fun. Yes, I wish I just had a mod for Salt Lake. I guess I just have to buy one. I got to look and see if they've got a payware one, because the freeware mods for Salt Lake aren't that good in terms of the runways are still really wavy. So I haven't had a good experience there at Salt Lake, but it's got nothing to do with the air traffic control staff. They all do a really good job there, but the airport itself is just like really wavy for me. So I gotta spend a little money to fix that, I think. CTXCB says, I need to say I did not think that you said ATIS. I thought you said a totally different word that technically rhymes with it. Yes, I did not say that. The even funnier question is when the airport in Florida, right near Orlando, it's not the Orlando airport, but it's the airport in Florida called Kissimmee. And when you say that, you know, you need to listen to the Kissimmee ATIS. You know, it can sound different than what you really mean. So, anyway. One of those types of nights, friends. One of those types of nights.
3626 Victor, level 12,000.
But anyway, in addition to having this programmed into the FMC, when we fly this as an ILS, as a radio-based navigation aid, we do need to use the radio signals to navigate in, right? We'll get vectored into here, or we'll let the FMC guide us into here. But once we get onto final, we do need to be navigating via the radio signals in order to do this approach properly, if we're cleared as an ILS versus a visual. So we'll want to have the radio signals tuned up and ready to go. We'll go ahead and start working on that now. 1087 and 296 will be our approach frequency and course. 1087 and 296. We will get
having time to 14,000 flight level 190.
We'll get that set on the left-hand side. 1087 and 296. If we should need to go missed on that approach, we're going to join the Sausalito 110 radial. But we're going to be inbound to Sausalito westbound. So instead of 11, it's going to be 290. So Sausalito 290 is what we'll join. So we'll go to straight to 6, left to 4,000, heading 260.
Have a 3280 contact.
But we'll be joining the Sausalito 290, and then once we get up to it, we'll need to figure out how to join a hold that comes in at 215. So we got a bunch of different steps: 600, 4,000, heading 260, radial 290, and then inbound radial 215 on the mist. If we end up having to go missed approach and follow the Polish procedure. So So we got a lot of steps. We have to remember that. Straight to 6. Left on 260 before. We'll have to remember. And then we'll get the missed approach frequency and course 116.2 and 290. We'll get that set over here.
Over to center on 123.8. Reach 162 heavy.
116.2 and 290. Okay, we do have it split, so the left, the captain's side will be on this radio and course, and the first officer side will be on this radio and course. Of course, that requires us to flip this yellow switch and this yellow switch, which we'll do once we're no longer using the FMC for guidance. Once we're done navigating through any of these points, we'll flip everything over to just the radio-based signals. And at that point, my side will reflect 108.7 and 296. First officer side will reflect 116.2 and 290. So we're good to go there. That's all set. Minimums on this approach. 209 above ground level, 209 above sea level, 200 above ground level. Now the ground elevation leading into this is, there's pretty good terrain in the San Francisco Bay Area. So the ground actually might be higher, and we would get an alert signal too soon. I'm going to go ahead and set. I'm going to buffer this by 100 feet because we don't. We're really supposed to be on a Category 1 approach. You're really bound by the barometric altitude, not by the ground level. But I'm going to set the alerter to maybe about 300 to account for the potential difference in terrain elevation at the missed approach point versus the threshold. But really, 209 is where we're going to be down by. It doesn't sound like. It doesn't sound like we're going to have any visibility issues. 10 statute miles, broken layer at 25,000 feet. We're going to be well below that, obviously. 3004 is the local altimeter. I'm going to just set that down here, 3004. So we'll refer to that once we're descending through the transition level. And if the wind is 230.13, so on runway 30 at 230, 70 degrees to the left at 13 knots. So we're going to have a pretty significant left to right crosswind.
Actually, stand by, let me get you the frequency.
So we'll have to have the nose over to the left, and then we'll correct on the crab right on short final. All right, but anyway, as I did say, I'm going to set the alerter for 300. Just to give us that extra little buffer, but we know that 209 barometric is going to be what we're bound to in terms of the minimums. Let's make sure we've done our complete briefing here. The other thing to make ourselves aware of course, runway 30 at Oakland, there's really no choice. It's definitely going to be a right-hand turn off. There's no matter what. So straight to 600, slight left to 4,000 on a 260 heading if we go missed. Right-hand turn off and back to the turn over to make it down. Our gate, gate 14, I believe, is the southeastern tip of this central pier here. Yeah, there's nothing more unfortunate than the IAT code for Pensacola Airport. Yeah, agree. Agree, although there are a few. I can think of a few. The ICAO code for Little Rock, Arkansas Airport is one. Little Rock, Arkansas, of course, home of our former president, Bill Clinton, and I believe the airport is actually named for Bill and Hillary Clinton. And when you see the airport code, it's almost too appropriate.
Oakland Center, Delta 420, flight level 38.
Delta 420, Oakland Center, good evening. Just confirm, are you direct Moxie?
Affirmed, that is direct Moxie, Delta 420.
Okay, so let's run through a thorough approach briefing, and of course this is just contingent upon us getting the ILS to runway 30 at Oakland. If we get a visual, it makes it easier. But if we got the ILS, let's just make sure that we're fully briefed for it. We got an approach frequency and course set. We got the missed approach frequency and course set. Missed approach altitude will be 4,000. It'll be straight to 6, slight left to 4, and heading 260. Minimums 209. We got the alert set for 300. We do not yet have the V-speed set. We will do that when we are closer in. Wind is a 13-knot crosswind left to right, so we will have a significant crab angle to the left upon final. Ceiling is not going to be a factor. It's 25,000. Visibility not a factor. The turn-off and taxi here is going to be right-hand turn-off if we make that successful. Yeah, the grass around that airport does require a lot of trimming. Yes, it does, CTXD. So you found the one I meant, so go very good. And Kitty Monster has to head in. All right, man. Good to have you along for the ride, my friend. And again, I'm sorry that the stream alerts were not working tonight. And we'll dive into that after we get dark. Getting the stream ready was just a multi-layered fiasco. I mean, this was only one of the issues I encountered just trying to get ready for you guys.
Yeah, 938 radar contact, 8 miles east of back, altitude.
12, 938.
Yeah, 938, thank you, welcome aboard.
Right, so at any point, coming up soonish, we don't need a descent instruction for another 73 miles yet. But coming up soonish, we should be getting a descend via the Windsor 2. When Oakland is landing 12, we would get the on-it star, but this is appropriate for when we're landing 30. We do know that Oakland is landing 28 left.
514, send you the Windsor 2 arrival, Oakland Windsor 3004.
All right, 3004, descend via the Windsor 2 to horizon 2514. Okay, so this now gives us 5,000, right? If we are after HOPTA, we're assigned runway 28 right or left. We'll take this branch out to Amy, but pretty much all the commercial traffic lands on runway 30, so after HOPTA we'll plan on Alex at 5,000. But either way, it's HOPTA at 5,000 for sure, and we now have been cleared down to do that. No, Pointer 3, hello, how are you? Alright, so that means we're cleared down to 5,000 as long as we meet all the constraints on the way down. So I'm going to set 5,000 here now, but we're not going to act on that just yet. We don't need to start down until the latest point we desire to in order to make that first constraint. And I had overridden the charted altitude to put it in at 25.6. Now Spammy on the chart says 24 to 26, so 25.6 still meets the requirement. However, we also need to make sure that we're at 280 knots in that descent by that point. We keep 280, it looks like all the way down. And then I guess until we go below 10. So there's no other speed restrictions other than the 280, and then I guess it's 210 at Alex. Or
57, contact Seattle Center.
We kind of want to be doing 210 by that point anyway. So nothing surprising with the speed restrictions, so we'll just make sure we're at 280 in the descent, which is what we want to be doing here anyway. But we are now cleared down to 5,000 as long as we meet the constraints on that chart. So in 50 more miles, we'll go ahead and set that up and get started. What are we telling passengers about the weather conditions at the destination? It is information whiskey. We do have whiskey on board. Unrelated, of course, but 23013. So moderately brisk winds out of the west. Temps 19. Mid 60s. Okay, so mid 60s. Moderate winds and broken layer 25,000. We'll call that mostly cloudy skies. Mostly cloudy. Moderate westerly winds and mid-60s. So there we go. We got our briefing for our passengers. Get a little closer to the top of the descent. We'll go ahead and get them with that information, and then we'll go ahead and start the descent. Ignoring the bug for now. The bug is set right at 300 almost. 280 looks to be about there. Fine tune once we start the descent, but once we start the descent, we're just going to want to capture the indicated airspeed in the descent when the bubble gets right in the middle there.
13545 off Seattle 420.
Alright, I think we're ready. If we were to start down now, we would need to be descending at 200 feet per minute to get to that first constraint. So obviously we want to wait another 40 miles.
Oakland Center, Southwest 1752, flight level 35.
Southwest 1752, Oakland Center, good evening.
Alright, and my big problem in this aircraft on landing has been flaring too soon and flaring too much. We're not going to do that today. We're going to wait until like the 20 call, because even at the 10 call, you're higher over the runway than it feels like you are. We're going to wait till the 20 call, and I'm just going to raise the plane's nose enough, just barely, to arrest the descent. I'm not going to raise it all the way up and over flare and start rising again. That's what I've been doing. So a late and gentle flare. And then I got to remember to kick the throttles into ground bottom. I don't know if we're going to get the automated first officer call-outs. We've had an issue in this aircraft today where a lot of the stuff booted up in weird positions. I was talking about this earlier. I accidentally spawned on the runway, not connected to VATSIM, but I mean just getting the sim started up. So hadn't even loaded up vPilot yet. But accidentally spawned on the runway because I clicked on the gate, but I didn't hit select as starting location. So it started me on the runway, and then I had to back out of the menu and start again at the gate. But we had that thing where I think it happened on the stream once before, where like all the warnings and tests were running, and the gear selector was up, and wipers were going at full speed and everything else. So I had to go one by one and make sure all the switches were back where they were supposed to go. We had weird things with like... We had a weird thing where like the warning panel went suddenly dim. I had to hunt around and realize that I have a knob for that. So just weird other things. So we did not have the automated first officer call-outs on the departure. I don't know if we'll have them on the arrival. I have no idea why the stream alert sounds are not working. We've had some resubs, we've had some follows. Just a litany of weird glitches happening on the stream tonight, and I do apologize for that, friends. We'll be okay. So see, now that we're only 24 miles, it wants us to descend 350 to get to Spanning. The closer we get, the steeper we'll need to descend to get there. But at the point at which this countdown reaches 0 is right when this will reach 2,000, and that's when we're going to initiate that descent. And we should, as I've calculated, a pretty continuous, smooth descent all the way down here. Should be able to keep that very, very smooth, continuous descent all the way down. Fingers crossed. Oh, just remembered, I told the wifey I had to set an alarm for tomorrow morning. We have morning plans tomorrow, afternoon plans. Other stuff going on the phone that I have to catch up on later. Nothing critical, nothing work related, I don't think. I better check.
United 938, just going to maintain.
Alright, when are we starting? Starting down at 10 miles. Alright, I gotta set that alarm for tomorrow morning. I'm gonna set that down because I don't want to forget. Yeah, well, yes and no. Every 3 weeks, she goes to a nail salon, gets her nails done, and if we can get an early morning appointment, then we'll go out to breakfast, and then I'll go with her. So it's not anything super special, but just something that she and I do. And then afternoon is going to be yard work, and then evening is going to be other stuff. All right, let's get the seatbelt signs on. We'll see if we get the automated announcement with that. And we'll do ours. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We're just about ready to start our descent into Oakland, so we have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We ask them to return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of everything last minute needs. And we do expect that we'll be on the ground in about 30 minutes. The weather at Oakland is currently showing with the mid-60s temperatures, moderate winds coming out of the west, and partly to mostly cloudy skies. So again, we'll be on the ground in about a half an hour. We thank you for flying along with us on Alaska Airlines Flight 2514. Okay, got all the key information there. Okay, so it wants us to go ahead and start descending. I'm going to go ahead and arm that altitude. And descent mode. And then we'll just have it sync. Yeah, no, I overshot, so yeah, we do need to do a pretty brisk descent for right now. But I got to get the speed down, so let's get the throttles down as low as we're allowed to take them, which is 60% at this point. Pitch up just a little bit to get the speed off, and then once we get the speed to 280, capture that speed. Okay, there we go. Now that we've got the speed dialed in, we can focus on pitching to maintain.
Center Delta 2445, climbing through 11-2.
Throttling rather to maintain. The plane's going to pitch to maintain the 280. We're going to throttle to maintain the descent rate.
Open center, maintain final 360.
360, Delta 2445.
Oak Center, good evening, Alaska 1402, final 380.
Okay, so it wants us descending at just over 2,000 a minute, and that's what we're doing. I'm going to just add a little bit more throttle in to make sure that we're not descending too briskly.
Alright, Alaska 1402, open center, good evening.
Yeah, so the chatbot sounds are working fine. It's the stream alerts that seem to be broken today, and I'm not sure why.
FedEx 1879, contact Oakland Center, 134.45.
What? 4.45, FedEx 1879.
Alright, let's get a brief update on the ATIS, see if it's updated. It is still information Whiskey 3004, which we do have preset. We have ground and tower there. You have ground 2175, tower 27.2, Oh, North Tower 18.3, but the main tower frequency, I assume, handles that runway 30. So 2175 and 27.2.
American 412, Oakland Center, climbing team flight level 310. We'll get you higher a bit.
So 27.2, so that's what we'll switch to for the tower. And then ground, I think we said 2175. And let's just check, double check the ILS approach. 27.2. 27.2, I think is what I said. Yeah, okay. So we're good. We've selected the correct one.
Skywest 3468, contact Oakland Center.
Alright, we need to be descending a little bit more shallowly now. And a little bit more throttle back in. Just under 2,000 feet a minute. And we are coming up on the transition, so let's go to 3004 now.
Delta 2345, Oakland Center, climbing team flight level 370.
370 for the 2345.
Horizon Air 2514, contact NorCal approach 135.1.
35-1, Horizon Air 2514.
For that United Day, we'll switch back to information whiskey.
Aircraft calling contact San Francisco ground on 121.8.
What's 118, thank you, Billy.
And NorCal approach, Horizon Air 2514 is 17,000 via the Windsor 2 for Oakland with whiskey.
Aircraft calling, apologies, say again.
Horizon Air 2514, we've got 16,500 via the Windsor 2 with information whiskey on board for Oakland.
Horizon 2514, NorCal approach, flight D, runway 30 transition, and Oakland altimeter 3003.
All right, 3003, we'll fly the 30 transition, Horizon 2514.
NorCal, good evening, Southwest 533 to 3.6, climbing via the...
CB says, greetings from Delta 2445, heard you on Oakland Center just before you switched.
Departure, radar contact, flight maintain flight level 190.
Okay, 190.
Yeah, so if we're going to be there, we got 745,
NorCal,
so
good afternoon, radio 212 is
645, so
3,000 on the 315 heading.
That's kind of gross, but it's for a good cause.
212, NorCal departure, radar contact.
All right, how we doing? It wants us descending at 1850, and we're descending more like 1400. So I'm going to reduce the throttles just a little bit.
For your departure.
All right, left turn 250, radio 212.
And rodeo 212, finally maintain 10,000.
After 10,000, radio 212.
Trying to get us to Weber by 10,700. Okay, yeah, once it's descending at 1900.
469 heavy.
Have the throttle back in just a little bit.
Departure, radar contact. Oakland altimeter 3003, climb maintain 5,000.
Oh, one thing I did not do, and I need to do immediately, I need to go ahead and crank the pressurization down to 0.
Azimuth 2103, super contact, Oakland Center 119.9.
Landing altitude set, seatbelt signs. I think I did the seatbelt signs. Yeah, I did that.
Have a good one coming in there.
Alright, other than that, we're good. Since we're coming up on 10,000, I'm going to jump up top. We're going to restart the APU. Yes, this is a very weird... Yeah, always good to have whiskey on board CV Flow. Yeah, indeed it is. Go ahead and start the APU. This is a very weird airplane. That the 4 tiny engines are very underpowered, so you do have the APU running the bleed power to your packs during takeoff and landing, so that you don't have to divert any bleed power from the engines.
Alright, left direct foil, ready at your
So we'll get the APU powered up. The other thing that the APU does is it provides electricity. In descent mode, you'll see it tells you the minimum you can pull the engines to is 60% right now, and that's because it needs at least that in order to provide enough electricity to run the aircraft. But with the APU providing bleed power for the packs and electricity for the electrical systems, then you get the freedom to pull the throttles as low as you need to pull them. Okay, yeah, we missed a little bit. It was trying to get us to descend very rapidly to get to that constraint. We are going to pull the throttles down a little bit more now. Be descending via 2,000 feet per minute to get down to buoys at 7,000. Now we're coming up on 10, so we're going to need to slow down to 250 anyway. So I'm going to capture the vertical speed.
Lookout departure, 25 to 10 has a
pull the engines down to 0. Let's go ahead and get the APU air on, engine air off.
Yeah, 2569 heavy, NorCal departure, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 190. Correction, climb and maintain 9,000.
Climb and maintain 9,000, 25
Okay, so APU is now providing electricity so we can pull...
FedEx 378 heavy, NorCal departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
Climb and maintain 10,000, FedEx 378 heavy.
Alright, I'm going to put just a little bit of speed brake in as we're now getting below 10,000, but we need to get the speed down to 250 here. Okay, still descending right where we need to.
Climb and maintain flight level 190.
Up to flight level 190, ready at 212.
And Southwest 533, contact Oakland Center, 123.8. Southwest 533, contact Oakland Center, 123.8.
Okay, so 250 below 10. Let's go ahead and get forward-facing lights on, which is the landing lights.
Correction, 69
and turn
heavy,
off lights.
right heading 120.
Right, 120, what's that?
Did I ever get the... I don't think I ever turned these off, the PTU and AC pumps. These would be turned on. These should have been turned off at 10,000 when we turned off the APU initially, but now that we got the APU back on, we'll get the AC and PTU pumps on now. That's just an extra set of pumps for hydraulic cross feeds. So now we've got that
FedEx 378 heavy,
in preparation for our arrival, which is good. In order to get 7,000 at Boys, need to be descending at 2,300.
Okay, up to 190, FedEx 378 heavy.
Make sure that we are.
212, contact Oakland Center, 123.8.
Over to Center 23.8, have a great weekend, ready at 212.
Just putting a little extra speed brake in it to make sure that we are.
FedEx 469 heavy contact.
Okay, and so now we need to be. We can reduce the rate of descent now to 500 feet per minute in order to get 5,000 by the next point.
Delta 23 heavy, NorCal departure radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 190.
Maintain flight level 190, Delta 23 heavy.
United 2569 heavy, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Okay, so nice shallow descent, about 500 feet per minute will get us down to 5,000 by the next point, which is Hopta, and then it should be Alex and Chrisen. Yeah, we're good. Add a little bit more throttle back in. Shallow that descent just
FedEx 378 heavy, contact Oakland Center 119.97.
After Hopta, then we slow to 210 at Alex.
Any departure citation 1216 on level at 2000.
Okay, 1,000 to go on the descent.
Departure, radar contact, local altimeter 3003. Climate maintain flight level 190, proceed direct deadhead.
Alright, 190 direct deadhead, citation 116.
Should we get brave? Should we take matters into our own hands here, friends? After Kristen, it's a 112 heading. So right there.
Delta 23 Heavy, maintain 250 knots or less for spacing.
250 or less for spacing, Delta 2 Brother.
And Delta 23 Heavy, climb maintain flight level 190.
Up to 190, Delta 2 Brother.
Alright, we're
United
gonna
2569 Heavy, contact
a little bit
1,
blustery. We're getting blown around a little bit. I'm gonna let the autopilot keep the aircraft for just a little bit longer, but once we get on to
Horizon 2514, contact NorCal approach on 125.35.
2535, Ross 2514.
Disregard 1 is your pick, what's the time?
NorCal approach horizon 2514 at 5,000.
Horizon Air 2514, NorCal approach, vehicle altimeter 3003, expect the visual approach runway 30.
Alright, 3003, expect a visual 30, horizon Air 2514. Okay, so we're at level of 5. We ordinarily would be adding power back in when we level off. But in our case, we want to reduce speed to 210 now. I'm going to go ahead and do the flaps 30 bugs. And I'll just eyeball the 210, no problem. So bugs are set.
FedEx 469 Heavy, traffic to follow is at your 2 o'clock. 4 miles on 10 mile final, southwest Boeing 737, report them in sight.
We'll go ahead and do the heading.
We got the traffic assignment
mode. We'll switch everything over to radio-based guidance.
Heavy, follow that traffic, clear visual approach runway 30.
Well, the traffic's clear visual 30.
Maintaining 5,000 for now, but I'm going to set 4,000 as the missed approach altitude for the mist. Now the missed approach applies if we are cleared on an ILS. If we're cleared on a visual, we're no longer bound by the missed approach procedure.
Descend 3,400, speed 180, and we'll keep an eye out for the, we have the traffic in sight, 3576.
Southwest 3576, follow that traffic, cleared visual approach runway 30.
Following the traffic grid visual approach runway 30, 3576.
Continuous ignition.
Southwest 3576, do me a favor, reduce the final approach speed.
Reduce final approach speed, Southwest 3576.
Alright, so we got an alert the cabin crew may or may not happen automatically. And then the TMS off. I think everything else is done. So cabin crew alert at the 1,000 call, and then the TMS off over the threshold. Yeah, we're on shore fire. Okay, we're doing good keeping the 210 for now. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. I believe April 27th. Is the next drawing date for that. So April 27th, I believe. Consult the show schedule underneath the About tab or over on the Discord server to be sure, but I believe it's going to be the April 27th show that we're going to make that drawing.
332, turn right heading Actually, turn right heading at this right. Horizon Air 2514, turn left heading 090.
All right, Horizon Air 2514 left to 090.
Director 832, turn right heading 280. Field is at your 12 to 1 o'clock, 15 miles supporting site.
Got it. Must be maneuvering us to sequences behind somebody here.
Yep, Director 832, cleared visual approach runway 28 right, contact Upland Tower 118.3.
Cleared visual approach 28 right, 118.3.
Got a decent amount of traffic coming in.
EBS 1456, having turned right, heading 270.
Traffic.
Maintain 3,400.
I don't see traffic that is causing a TCAS alert here, but they've got a decent flow coming into Oakland. Sequencing us behind.
And NorCal approach, Diamond 266 with
Clear of conflict.
Last second from call sign only.
Are we above their MVAs?
Diamond 3626 Victor, traffic to follow is at your 11 o'clock, 6 miles at Boeing 727 on 10-mile final, report them in sight.
We have the traffic inside 26 Victor.
November 26 Victor, follow that traffic, cleared visual approach runway 28 right.
Should be getting a turn
Follow the traffic,
here to
visual
follow
approach,
traffic
right,
here in just a
26
moment.
Victor.
Southwest 3576, contact Upland Tower 17.2.
Oakland Tower 127.2, Southwest 3576, thanks.
Director 8, Horizon Air 2514, turn right heading 210.
Traffic.
Right
Traffic.
to 210, Horizon Air 2514.
Clear of conflict.
Director 832, if I didn't give it to you, contact Upland Tower 118.3. Southwest 3576, contact Upland Tower 17.2. EBS 1456, heavy, turn right heading, let's see, 290. Field is at your 1 o'clock, 15 miles supporting site.
Right heading 290, yes, field clear for UPS 1456.
EBS 1456 heavy, maintain 210 knots until 10-mile final. Cleared visual approach runway 30, contact Oakland Tower 127.2.
Maintain 210 till 10, and over to the tower for UPS 1456. We'll see ya.
Heading back towards the bay now. Good to see some traffic at Oakland. It's one of those airports, kind of like PWI. Like it gets overshadowed by the more popular airports right near it. So it's kind of cool to see.
2514, turn right heading 260, maintain 3,400.
260 down to 3,400, Horizon Air 2514. I'm going to set 3,400 just as a reminder. That's what I've been assigned. But I am going to arm. That's not letting me arm a glide slope. Okay. Might be just a bit too far out for that. Alright, we've got the runway in sight, by the way.
Horizon Air 2514 field is up to 1 o'clock, 18 miles, reports in sight.
We do have it in sight, Horizon Air 2514.
Horizon Air 2514, you're cleared visual approach runway 30, contact Oakland Tower 127.2, have a great day.
Clear visual approach 30 and going to tower, Horizon Air 2514, thanks. Oakland Tower, Horizon Air 2514 is 18 out, visual 30.
Horizon 2514, Oakland Tower, runway 30 clear to land.
Land 30, Horizon 2514. Okay. Now I'm gonna leave the heading bug on 260. The missed approach is straight to 600, left heading 260 to 4,000. But we are on a visual, so we're not really bound by that. I can travel the descent out here. We're below glide slope. I mean, we're descending visually, but I'm using kind of the glide slope to just kind of help me gauge how high I should be at this point. Alright, so now we're kind of joined on it. Won't let me arm it? No, it still won't. Alright, let's start getting configured here. I know we're 12 out, we don't need to slow down to nothing just yet. But 170 wouldn't be unreasonable. Just to have it done, continuous ignition's on. I'll go ahead and shut off the power to the TMS. And it's
Yes,
a little early.
1456 heavy, contact ground on 121.75, yeah.
121.75, repeat 1456, together.
$2,500.
Okay, Loke's coming back in, and we gotta get down a little bit. We're fast and we're high, but we're also at idle with 2 more notches of flaps to go. Okay, glide's coming back in. Once the glide's back in, then the speed will come back in, because we'll pull the nose up to stay on glide. I want the speed to come down too much right now. We're still 6 miles out. Alright, gears down and is green. We've got 2 more notches of flaps on. We do have our landing clearance. It's a visual pattern if we go missed, a right-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. Landing checks are
1,000.
Okay, landing flaps coming in. Sorry, the landing checks weren't quite complete. Landing checks were complete holding on landing flaps. So once we verify landing flaps, that will be good. Okay, now landing checks are officially complete.
Southwest 4755, Oakland Tower, do you agree?
Southwest 4755.
Southwest 4755, contact NorCal departure on 120.9er.
Alright, friends, last call for the predictions.
0.9 Southwest 4755, guys.
Getting pushed over to the right now. Supposed to be a left to right.
500.
Glide slope.
Minimums.
Yeah, got way low and slow there for a second. Got it corrected. I'm feeling okay. And remember, late flare and light flare. Okay, now the alignment's coming back in.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
I think I did the same thing I almost always do, which is flared it too early and then dropped on. Overall, okay. Got really low and slow there. Had to kind of.
Horizon Air 2514, right on Whiskey 5, contact ground point 75. See ya.
All right, right Whiskey 5, ground point 75, Horizon 2514. Thanks. Did the same thing I usually do, which is flare early and too high, and then let it drop on. So all that reciting that over and over again ahead of time didn't do me any good. Oh well. All right. So some things to improve for leg number 2. Oakland ground Horizon Air 2514's Whiskey 5 and Whiskey going to gate 14.
Horizon Air 2514, Oakland ground, good evening. You can taxi to the ramp via Whiskey Victor Tango.
Whiskey, Victor, and Tango to the ramp, Horizon Air 2514. Okay, flaps, spoilers. Strobes, landing lights, turn off lights. Taxi lights can come on. Weather radar can come off, flight directors can come off. Continuous ignition can come off. What else? Weather radar, I think I did. TA and RA can come off. So Victor will be the first left here. Alright, let's make sure I got everything on the taxi in. Flaps and speed brakes, flight directors, landing lights, taxi lights, strobe. Yeah, I did that. Runway exit lights, continuous ignition. I think I actually did remember this time. Rarity. Weather and transponder. Okay, we got it all. Alright, and then so Tango should be kind of like just across the bottom edge of the ramp here. And then when we get to that first pier on the left, it'll be the gate on the southeastern tip of it. Them's my shoes this year. Says, nicely done. It's a pleasure to watch you fly and listen to the play-by-play. Thank you. Thank you. Some couple things to improve for leg number 2, but overall I felt okay about it. We got low and slow on this one. I had to kind of throw a radical correction on power back in. From there, the approach went okay after that, but I did the normal thing, which I always do, which is flared too early and flared too much. Now the funny thing is I think gate 14 looks like it might be occupied, but it's occupied by a person who's not really there. So I wonder if I should just take that stand anyway. Okay, 14 might be open. It's about learning for us as them's my shoes, and I always do. I appreciate that. That's why we're here. Entertainment first and foremost. Education's a secondary goal. I'm happy if we meet 1 out of 2.
Oakland ground UPS 1456 Heavy, ready for push and start.
Alright, taxi light coming off. Yeah, this is definitely number 14.
Heavy Oakland ground, good evening. Push your discretion, call me short of Bravo.
Call for taxi short of Bravo, UPS 1456 Heavy.
Alright, the less you got to use the brakes, the better. Kind of playing that out perfectly in terms of rolled right up to where I wanted to roll up to. How'd I do alignment-wise? Oh, not bad. Not bad for not having a marshaller. Okie doke. Let's get the turnaround checklist done. We'll get ready for leg number 2 here. Master warning knob can come out. Oxygen systems off. Engine gens off. Pack number 2 off. Throttles to cut off. Let's pop down here, make sure that they all went into cutoff, and they did. The fasten seatbelt signs can come off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4 can come off. Screen and probe heats can come off. Ice detection light can come off. And the beacon light can come off. Come over here, let's get the chocks set. Come on. There we go. Let's do a 5-minute deboard.
Oakland ground UPS 1456 Heavy short of Bravo. What is it? With ATIS information X-ray on board. Ready for taxi, runway 30.
UPS 1456, runway 30, via for Bravo Whiskey.
30, Bravo Whiskey.
Alright, up top we can go then. Where we can get the engine hydraulic pumps. So the PTU and AC pumps, notice that the engine pumps stopped when the engines did, and they're definitely off now, but we still got hydraulic pressure. That's because these pumps are still running, and that's exactly what they do, is they keep pressure in the system even if the pumps has failed. I'll shut those off now. Down at the very bottom, we can dial our squawk code back to 2000, and we can put that into standby mode. And then let's check on my predictions, and then let's check on your predictions. Now remember, we got airborne about 15 minutes late. So my predictions in terms of the flight time might be off by 15 minutes, unless we had like a massive tailwind that I did not account for, which is possible. We had anticipated being on the ground at 9:19, and it's 19 minutes late. So that's just a function of 15 minutes late getting airborne, and then another couple minutes of vectoring there. 12,088 pounds. We might be slightly short on that too. Oh no, 12,175. We're almost perfect on that. Okay, and we are hoping to get 950 off block. Oh, that's going to be a hustle, but we'll try it. Well, we're not. Yeah, we're going to get... It's going to take us a few minutes to deboard and then reboard, so we're not going to get off by 950, but we'll do our best. We'll just get as close as we can. Your predictions, by the way, well, whoever guessed highest probably won. We didn't see a lot of numbers come in. It wasn't horrible, but it was, you know, like I said, I flared it, held it off, and then it dropped on 238. Pretty consistent with my performance in this aircraft.
FedEx 469,
So,
heavy Oakland ground, good evening.
So that goes to Bad Dave with the 185.
FedEx ramp via Whiskey Bravo.
Unless there was anybody that put in higher. Looks like Bed Dave. Anybody put in higher that I'm missing, let me know.
Southwest 9 Hotel Papa Oakland ground, pushing the alley to trashing.
Alright, let's get the turnaround going as quickly as we can and get out of here, headed back up to Portland. We'll try not to miss the air traffic control. So let's get started on leg number 2. So take it from the top. Very first thing we want to do
1456 heavy, contact Oakland Tower.
is let's get our second leg flight plan filed.
UPS 1456 heavy, contact Oakland Tower 127.2.
So we're going to keep the same details.
For UPS 1456.
We're going to depart from KOAK. Off block time will be 0150, 28,000 feet this time. 420 is fine. To KPDX with Seattle as our alternate. An hour 28 and 0328 left in the tanks. Well, okay. Here is our route, which I'll throw in the sky vector for you here momentarily. Everything else is the same. Go ahead and file that. So we don't need the ILS to 30. We don't need that. What we do need is to put our route in here. So it's KOAK, and it's that, and then it's KPDX. And then we need the Hush 2. And then the Timbers 4. And that has 2 continuation pages. And then 28 left is just what I'm going to guess for now, although that may or may not be what we get when we got up there. They were departing and landing 28s when we started there. But that may or may not be. And we're coming from the south, so it makes sense we would get the southernmost runway. But that's not a given. We'll have to just kind of play that by ear. But that'll be our best guess as to what we start with when we program it in. So there's our departure procedure. So there's the airport diagram we started with here, Oakland. There's our departure procedure. Here's the first page of the Timbers arrival. And second page of the Timbers arrival based on where we might fork off to depending on what they're landing. This is the text information, tells you which fork goes to which scenario. And then we think 28 left. It makes sense to what we're going to get in Maver and Wallop. Does that...
Taxiway there. On a 30, you can taxi via Uniform Whiskey now.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like it ties directly in to the arrival. But we'll just expect to get it from either Maver or Maver if it's available in there. And then there's the airport diagram, which will rotate. And we're going to park back where we started, right here in the kind of the crook, the beginning of that southeastern pier. All right, let's see. We got our pre-departure clearance. Let's see. Oh, they did change the routing. Okay, Oakland 6 to Grateful, and then the rest as filed. Okay, that's fine.
Southwest 9 Hotel Papa, monitor Oakland Tower 127.2. Southwest 9 Hotel Papa, you can monitor Oakland Tower 127.2.
So we don't need the Hush, but we do need to open up the Oakland 6 here.
Ground, FedEx 1806, clear 30.
Disregard on the FedEx
290 for radar
FedEx
vectors.
1606 Heavy, Oakland Ground.
No higher than 2,000 by 4
Whiskey
DME.
Bravo.
So we'll level off at 4,000 at 2,000
Whiskey Bravo to the ramp, FedEx 1806
until we pass 4 DME, and then we'll get vectored higher, or then we'll get assigned higher. What's the initial that we got from? So flight level 190, except we got to keep the 2,000 initially. Okay. Squawk is what? Okay.
United 751, this is Oakland ground, not San Francisco ground.
Is there a way to interrupt this? Yeah, that shouldn't be 5 minutes. I told it that I wanted the total time to be 5 minutes. So I wonder if there's a way. Okay. Okay, so we seem to have done that. Now, it doesn't seem to be letting us doing anything with the yeah, I think we're a bit stuck. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's reboot the sim. I'm gonna take a brief intermission here, liquid recycling, and we're gonna reboot the sim. Just some weird, quirky stuff has been going on with the aircraft the entire time. So let's just cut our losses and reboot the sim, and then we'll come back here in just a moment. All right, guys, sit tight. Alright, we're back. We got the sim rebooting here. So we'll watch through the title screen here just a little bit, but we'll also talk about a couple other things. So this is what we're doing tonight. We are flying a regional shuttle op. We're going from Portland to Oakland, California, and then back up to Portland. We've just completed leg 1. We're just getting ready to start leg 2. We had a couple of weird things happening with the tablet on the JustFlight BAe-146, so we decided to reboot it and just start it fresh for leg number 2. We just need to reconnect at Oakland at stand 14, which is where we just departed. Just disconnected from. So we're waiting for the sim to reboot. We've also got. So this is the event. The Western Air TCCs on VATSIM, Seattle, Oakland, and Salt Lake are staffing up. They're calling it the Boxed In Friday Night Ops event, so they're staffing up airports that are known for their cargo operations. However, us doing our regional passenger service, we figured, well, what would it look like if we were doing passenger service on a cargo op? Well, that's what it looks like. It's me and the pups. And it's Pacific Northwest, so we added some characters from Sleepless in Seattle. We added some characters from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. We got the boxes, and we got the pups. Pups in the UPS delivery uniforms. So there's our Slant artwork adventure, and if you want to get in on that, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. Okay, it looks like we should be able to start. Let's go to free flight. The airport's correct. Let's go to KOAK. Go back to that. Let's see if we can get gate 14, which is right where we were when we disconnected a moment ago. So zoom in. Should be right there. Set as departure. Start flight. Give it a moment to think about that. And hopefully spawn right back in there without any issues. It doesn't look like anyone's stolen our spot. Looking at VATSIM radar, it does not look like anyone's stolen our spot while we were going through that process, so we should be okay. A little further out than we were, but that's alright. Whoops, what did I click on? Ready to fly, and we'll skip all that. Let's just move ourselves up a little further here. All right, reconnect to VATSIM. Okay, we're back on. All the controllers came back on, and should be good to go. Okay, the tablet's where it should be. I think we can double click that and move it over there. Okay, radio's all where we should be, and we're back to cold and dark. So now I have to kind of run through, and what I do want to close the landing stats and reopen it, because that's one thing that does tend to throw it off. All right, so let's run through the startup process as quickly as possible now. I got to do everything from cold and dark now, rather than the turnaround. So just bear with me. I'm going to ignore the chat here for just a few moments and get this up and running as quickly as possible. Over on the tablet, let's go to aircraft. The trucks are on. Let's open the doors. Yeah, we got parking brakes engaged. We got no pressure. That's fine. The wheel chocks will stay on for now. Let's get. Oh man, I got to put all the switches back down here. Okay, yep, everything should be where it's supposed to be. Our battery switches on. Nav lights on. Let's come up top. Logo lights. No smoking lights. Cabin emergency. Avionics masters. Brake fans to auto. Anti-skid on. Lift spoiler systems on. Down to the low, let's do the bus ties. Let's do the standby, inverter, and generator. Let's do the left inner fuel pump. Let's do the center tank transfer to auto. It was already on there. Let's go ahead and get the APU started. APU gen switch on. I missed that, but what else did I miss? Should hear the electric solenoid connect here in just a second. Okay, there we go. APU air, pack number 1. Galley switch and flight deck emergency switch armed. Alright, down here to the front panel. Master warning knob is already out. Nav radios on. DME radio on. Let's go down here and get COM 1, COM 2, ADF1, ADF2, FMC entry point 1, FMC entry point 2. Down here we'll get yaw damper, brake temp monitor, and we're good. Let's go over here. What did I have left in the fuel tanks? 12,175. So 12175 divided by 2, 6088 in each. It wasn't exactly balanced, but close enough. Okay, 12,176, yeah, pretty close. And then cargo, again, 2,400. Aft cargo, 2,400. Nope. And passengers, 80. And we'll start boarding, but we'll do a 5-minute rather than a 10 minutes. So we'll hustle through it. All right, we've got our flight plan. We've got our ATIS information. Let's see if the ATIS has changed. I doubt it. Might have updated slightly, but probably no significant changes. It is X-ray now, 3003. Everything else is pretty much the same. So we'll pop up front, 3003, 3003. Field elevation is next to nothing, and that is verified. 3003. Oh, let's real weather is current, but let's back it up to a little earlier so we can land in daylight. That'll be good there. Okay. Field elevation verified. Let's get back to the comm radios. Ground frequency 2175. Tower frequency 27.2. Monitor, we'll transmit, receive on COM 2 for now, and then the departure frequency they told us was what?
Ground, FedEx 683 Heavy, clear runway 30.
135.1.
FedEx 683 Heavy, Oakland ground, good evening. Detect the FedEx ramp via Whiskey Bravo.
FedEx ramp via Whiskey Bravo, FedEx 683.
Hi, Moose.
Hi.
Oakland ground, good evening.
Climate maintain flight level 19.
Oh, and let's make sure we're only monitoring. Only monitoring
988, Oakland ground, good evening. Pushback ramp, your discretion. Call me for taxi.
Okay, we'll accept. We'll go to menu.
My own discretion and advise when ready for taxi.
Go to flight plan.
988.
Alright, comm radio set, IFR clearance obtained. Let's go ahead and get the route entered. We're going to be KOAK. Yeah, this is a real good compromise between vintage and modern. The UNS-1 in particular is like very, very
440.
primitive FMC, but it is an FMC, so it gives you some things you can do RNAV routes. Let's delete this point here.
Contact me for taxi.
Pushing my discretion, I'm careful with
let's go into the menu, and it is the departure is going to be the runway 30, which is option 7. Enter. It is the Oakland 6, which is there.
We're on Southwest.
Put that into the flight plan.
Position 23.
Vectors to from Oakland, and then it is going to be
46 Oakland ground. Push your discretion. Call for taxi.
After
Pushing
Oakland.
on my discretion, call to taxi, Southwest 196.
Yeah, it is just grateful.
And FedEx 6.
Everything else has filed. Grateful, GRTFO.
Do I have to? Yeah, we'll give my
Frontier flight 4701, looking at.
Grateful. And then Machu in the Timbers 4, which I'm just going to go ahead and click KPDX, enter, accept, and then we'll just do everything else off the arrival. So the runway, we're assuming 28 left for now. It is the Timbers 4 from Machu. We do think it's the ILS, the runway 28 left from, which one did I say it was? Potentially. From the point Maven Road. May not need that, but we're going to put that in just to have it. Put that into the flight plan. Alright, so nav goes there, flight plan goes there.
Is this a different Frontier flight?
36, 31.
Sorry, we will not run over the Frontier in front of us.
And the transponder mode.
UPS 91, heavy over the
Oakland 6 off of runway 30. We'll have us flying heading 290 at first. So we'll have that set.
Control aircraft, Oakland information Yankee now, current wind 280 at 7.
RNAV mode
3003.
and RNAV mode. However, we are going to start, and we'll do flight directors on. We are going to start in heading mode because it's 290 then radar vectors. But remember, even though we're cleared up to flight level 190, it's 2000 until 4 DME. So I'm going to set the initial altitude to 2000 and make sure we don't bust that and arm that. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to switch this into, well, we don't need to switch the mode, but I do need to tune Oakland VOR 116.8, and that'll give us the DME countdown like right over here.
Oakland ground Air China 988.
So 116.8.
Taxi.
Air China 988, runway 30, taxi
and swap that in.
Whiskey.
Yep, okay, now we got, so now once that passes 4, then we can climb through 2000. Okay, very good.
Taxi via uniform whiskey and information.
The other thing is, we below a Bravo shelf? If we're below a Bravo shelf,
With information, kilo question, push start.
yeah, if we're below a Bravo shelf, which we are, then our initial speed is 200 knots, not 250. So we'll need to be sure. We are sure when we are clear to go up to 250. When we get to the point grateful.
Stand by for push. Information Yankee current.
Go ahead, information Yankee current, standing by.
When we're 20 miles or less to the point Grateful, we'll know we can accelerate.
Possibly push and start after the passing frontier from our left to right.
UPS 91 Heavy, runway 30, taxi via...
Where are we on the boarding?
Bravo Whiskey.
Okay, boarding's complete, doors are closed. Did not get my automatic call-outs. Let's go ahead and set the trim. Let's go ahead and get the oxygen systems on.
UPS 91, check my...
Cabin pressure, we're going to be at 28,000.
Delta 1 Foxtrot, could you possibly start a pushback?
Delta 1 Foxtrot, pushback, Tango, pushback Tango.
Ice detection on.
Pushback Tango, Delta 1 Foxtrot.
Engine anti-ice on. And then the TMS, let's see, the temperature here was not 25, it was 18.
Ground at Delta 45.
I think we said 690 was what worked for us.
Taxi.
Let's go into power and takeoff. And flaps 18 bugs, and
Delta 45.
we are
We
good.
have information Yankee on board.
Delta 45, taxi runway 30, uniform whiskey.
30 uniform whiskey, Delta 45.
Alright, temperature's 18, which is
Air
high
Channel
60s.
988, contact Oakland Tower 127.2.
Contact Tower.
Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard for Horizon Air 2514 operating as Alaska Airlines Flight 2514 service to Portland. We're a little bit late getting pushed back here, but we're going to get pushed back as soon as possible and expect to be in the air 1 hour 28 minutes once we get airborne, flying at 28,000 feet for you today. The weather here at Oakland is fairly favorable in the mid-60s with moderate winds, mostly clear skies, and stable air most of the way up here from here to Portland, so we don't expect too many bumps and bruises. It was a nice weather situation coming in, and hopefully we'll get that same weather situation heading back up to Portland today. Beautiful day to be flying. Glad that you could join us for it. It's Alaska Flight 2514 service to Portland.
Southwest 440 requesting taxi to runway.
Alright, let's pre-plan our pushback.
So that's 440, hold short uniform.
Ground Allegiant 9211 with information Yankee, we're ready to taxi.
Let's request our pushback. Beacon light can come on. Pack 1 can come off.
CD 1248, check mic.
Rest of the fuel pumps can come on. And the start master can come on.
Oh, God.
Welcome ground, Sam 4587. If you now just vacated 30, looking for taxi signature.
Alright, Sam 4587, hold short Victor.
Hold short Victor, Sam 4587.
Right, Horizon 2514 is ready to push off of 14. We got information X-ray.
Cabin is secure.
Ground Horizon 2514, stand 14, information X-ray ready to push.
Someone's got like a stuck mic.
Yeah, I know that.
Allegiant 9211, we're ready to taxi, information Yankee.
Alright, ground controller might... Ground controller might have taken a break to try and figure out if you had the stuck mic.
UPS 91 Heavy is holding short of 30, you almost over to tower.
UPS 91 Heavy, contact tower 127.2.
1272, UPS 91 Heavy.
Delta 45, monitor tower 127.2.
Tower 127.2, Delta 45.
Lufthansa 1 Foxtrot. Monitor tower 127.2.
127.2, thank you, have a good day.
Southwest 440, runway 30, taxi via Uniform Whiskey.
Well, a little bit of departure key for me.
Uniform Whiskey, Southwest 440.
Elite 9211, information Yankee, we're ready, taxi.
Allegiant 9211, runway 30, taxi via Tango Uniform Whiskey.
Tango Uniform Whiskey, Allegiant 9211.
Good evening, ground is Alaskan 33 at the main terminal, ready for push and start.
Alaska 33, open ground, push start your discretion.
Push and start my discretion, Alaskan 33.
Ground Horizon 2514, stand 14, information Yankee, ready to push.
Horizon 2514, push ramp your discretion.
Thanks, Horizon 2514. Okay. Parking brake is off.
Ready to taxi.
Southwest 196, standby.
Parking brake is not off because we still have the chocks on.
Ready to push back.
Standby.
And there we go. Alright, number 4 starting up. Once we get 2% in, we'll bring the engine out of cutoff. There we go.
Opening ground, Flubbers 2148, stand 15, requesting pushback and engine start with information Yankee.
Okay, once it gets up through 10, red light will go off. We'll go to the next one. Try to just spin through this as quickly as possible. So we're running a little bit late.
Open ground, very good evening, Southwest 2650, engine indicated 30 on Whiskey 5, request taxi to stand 24.
Southwest 2658, you're going to follow the 73 in front of you.
Follow the 73 in front of us.
Okay, 2%, engine out of cutoff.
Southwest 440, contact tower.
Contact tower, Southwest 440.
Allegiant 9211, contact, monitor tower 127.2.
Well, monitor tower, Allegiant 9211.
Okay, parking brake reset, done with the push. As soon as we get that red light out, we'll come up top, do the next one. .2% in, engine comes out of cutoff. Okay, once it surges up through about 10, red light will go off, we'll do the last one.
78, I believe. You can taxi Victor Tango to the ramp.
There we go.
Was that for stand 45 or something?
Yes, simply sorry, 4587. Yep, Victor Tango to the ramp.
Victor Tango to the ramp, stand 45 or something.
Once it gets 2% in, engine introduced to fuel.
Oakland ground, Cafe 1213, request pushback and start.
Okay. Once that last red light goes out, we've got a handful of stuff to do up top.
Looks like Julia.
Okay, last red light's off. Start selector off, start master off.
Golf, Oakland ground state parking.
We'll park at the GA ramp.
Gens. That's all off. Screen and pro feeds all on. Packs come back
November
on.
1930 Golf.
We can come up top to the hydraulic pumps and the cross feeds. I think we got everything there. Let's go ahead and set flaps 18.
Oakland ground, this
Do a
is
control check.
1213 heavy. With you on parking space 1 alpha. Request pushback and start.
Master warning system reset.
Got a 1213 Oakland ground, push and start your discretion.
Push at my discretion.
Okay, as soon as we get into flaps 18, we'll check config. Is it still?
Good evening, ground. Alaska 33 with information X rear on board, ready to taxi.
Yeah, what's the warning this time?
Alaska 33, information Yankee current, altimeter 3003. Behind the...
Okay, config check has to be done with the parking brake off. Everything's good.
37800 is going to be a southwest, runway 30, taxi via Tango, uniform, whiskey.
Taxi runway 24, left Tango uniform whiskey, information Yankee current, altimeter 3003.
Ground, Flybus 2148 at stands 15, requesting pushback and start with Yankee.
Flybus 2148 Oakland ground, hold position.
Okay.
At ground horizon 2514, information Yankee, we're ready to go. Off of 14.
Horizon Air 2514, information Yankee current altimeter 3003, runway 30, taxi via Tango, uniform, whiskey.
Alright, we do have Yankee on board. Tango, uniform, whiskey to runway 30, horizon Air 2514.
Southwest 2658 gives way to the Horizon Air exiting the ramp on uniform.
Good morning to Horizon Air, Southwest 2658. We're taxiing stand 24.
Alright, looks like there's, what, about 3 or 4 down there that are in the queue. Shouldn't be too long of a wait. We had intended to be off by top of the hour, and it looks like we're going to be about 20 minutes late.
Southwest 196, Oakland ground, information Yankee current altimeter 3003.
Taxi lights on while we're moving. We'll turn that off when we get up in the queue.
Entering the ramp.
Caution to the southwest entry into the ramp.
We're off the ramp now, we can get the weather radar on.
Runway 30, Southwest 196.
Nobody coming from the right. Looks like we'll be about third in line when we get down there. That's not too bad. Since we're essentially joining the queue, we're going to turn the taxi light off. Continuous ignition's on. Automatic callouts are working again, it looks like. So we'll just do the lights now. Transponder. Switch over to tower and do lights. I think otherwise we're good to go.
Horizon Air 2514, monitor tower 127.2 today.
Alright, we'll monitor 27.2, Horizon Air 2514. We'll see you. Alright, so anticipated departure time was top of the hour, and looks like we're getting off maybe about 20 minutes late, and possibly 25 depending on how long. We're our third to go. Well, second to go now. It might possibly have some arrivals coming in as well, so it may not immediately be getting in line.
Southwest 440, contact NorCal departure 135.1. See ya.
35.1, is that what we have preset? It is. Okay, we're all set. All right, quick recap of our Slant Artwork Adventure. If you're just joining, we have a little side project that we do on the stream called Slant Artwork Adventure. We
Allegiant 9211, Oakland Tower.
Send a image into ChatGPT,
9211, go.
roughly representative of what we're doing that night.
Allegiant 9211, runway 30, line up and wait.
Line up, wait, 30, Allegiant 9211.
To get the joke, you got to understand that this is a cargo-themed event that's being hosted tonight by Salt Lake, Oakland, and Portland. Salt Lake, Oakland, Boeing Field, and Portland are being staffed up, and it's a cargo-heavy event. We got Toxic Player 456 that just hit the follow button. I apologize, my stream alerts are not working tonight, so you aren't getting the nice little celebration and beeping sound that you would get for a new follow, but thank you very kindly for that. Appreciate you joining us. So yeah, the cargo-themed event. However, we're doing a passenger regional jet run from Portland down to Oakland, where we are now, and then we're going to head back up to Portland. So our Slant Artwork Adventure was, okay, well, wait a minute. If we're carrying passengers on a cargo-themed event, what would that look like? So we got me and the freight co-pilots. They're dressed up in UPS uniforms, which I thought was brilliantly done by ChatGPT, and a bunch of boxes on board. We got Sleepless in Seattle happening, even though we're not going to Seattle. And then we got the planes, trades, and automobile guys serving some drinks to our very good furry alien friend back there. Basically what happens at this point, you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once you do that, and once I call your name, you can then tell me what you'd like to do to add to that image or modify that image. So that's our Slant Artwork Adventure. That's how that works. I think I did get the taxi light off.
2514, Oakland Tower, runway 30, line up and wait.
All right, we'll line up and wait, runway 30, horizon at 2514. All right, we're entering the runway, so the strobe lights are coming on now. Double checking that no one's coming.
Allegiant 9211, contact NorCal departure. See ya.
Go over to departure, Allegiant 9211. See ya. Have a good night.
You too.
And remember, 200 knots and 2,000 until we get to 4 DME, and 200 knots until we're 20 miles from that first point, Grateful. The 2,000 until 4 DME comes off of the departure procedure.
Right, Air 2514, runway 30, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff 30, horizon Air 2514. All right, landing lights on. Turn off lights on. Engines are spooling up. No warnings, no vibrations.
TMS set to takeoff.
Takeoff power's coming at you. Okay, we're going to push the yoke forward, get the nose wheel pinned to
both sides.
To the pavement, give us steering until we got rudder authority. 80 knot call is when we make that transition.
80 knots, cross-checked.
Okay, there we go. We're releasing that forward yoke.
V1. Rotate.
Alright, we're rotating and we're going to pitch to maintain the bubble bug until we get to 1,000. Should be a 290 heading, so I'll bring it slightly to the left. Okay, there's 1,000, and we can lower the nose now.
Alright, Air 2514, contact NorCal departure. 120.9er, yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not 35-1. What was the frequency?
NorCal departure 120.9er, yeah.
Okay, 20.9er now. Horizon 2514. Switch it up on me. .9er.
Alaska 33 Oakland Tower, runway 30 cleared for takeoff traffic on a 7-mile final.
Clear takeoff on 30, traffic on 7-mile final, Alaska 33.
VFTO, safe height speed.
Okay, we'll bring the flaps in.
Okay, Tower, FedEx XP3, Legion 9211.
Alright, bring the flaps in, and let's bring the, oh, there's the old Alameda runway there. That's where Mythbusters did a lot of their filming.
2.80, Southwest 440.
Okay, now we're past 4 miles. Now we can go back into climb.
United 1299 heavy contact Oakland Center 119.97.
119.97, that is 1299.
Allegiant 9211, climb maintain flight level 190.
So 190, Allegiant 9211.
Okay, now we can go back via SID to 190 since we met the... Oh, we're still supposed to be, 200 knots though. NorCal departure for Air 2514 is 3,000 via the SID to 190.
Horizon 2514, NorCal departure radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
10,000, Horizon Air 2514. Okay, 10,000.
Allegiant 9211, contact Oakland Center,
Arms.
119.97.
And we'll pitch up to...
119.97, Allegiant 9211, have a good day. Yeah.
This is Southwest 298.2 and the wind is 2 at 14,600.
maximum continuous thrust.
Horizon 2514, proceed direct grateful.
Direct grateful, Horizon 2514.
Southwest 29, correction, 298, NorCal approach. Open up
Okay.
3003, flying runway 3010.
Whew. A lot going on here. Direct to grateful, enter, and then
Southwest 298,
LNAV
open
mode.
altimeter 3003.
Climb into 10,000.
3003.
We are still, I think, below the Bravo shelf, or probably inside the Bravo at this point.
Departure is Alaska 33, flight level 4000, climb to flight level 310, direct 10 down.
But I think we're still below the Bravo shelf, so we should still be at 200 here.
Radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Climb to flight level 190 for Alaska 33.
And Horizon 2514, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Flight level 190, Horizon 2514. Alright, that was a little bit rough. Had a lot kind of happen at once there. Let's just go direct to grateful again. There we are. Okay, I think we're past the Bravo shelf now. I think we can accelerate to 250 as we get up to 10,000 here, so that's what we plan to do. Whew. All right, so we had to keep 2,000 until 4 DME, and then we had to keep 200 under the Bravo shelves, and so now we're coming to the point where we're no longer at the in the Bravo shelves. We're actually going through the Bravo and then.
Contact Oakland Center 119.97.
1997, Horizon 2514, thanks. So a lot going on there. And I was struggling to keep up, but I think we finally got it sorted out. Oakland Center Horizon Air 2514 is 10,200 going to 190.
Horizon Air 2514 Oakland Center, I'm in flight level 280.
Flight level 280, Horizon Air 2514. Alright, so we'll set 280, but I'm also going to pitch the aircraft down to increase the speed. So I'm going to back up to a 250 knot climb here. We are through 10,000, that means we can turn the forward-facing lights off. We can also, let's check, do a cabin pressurization check. Your cabin pressure, cabin altitude climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure about 1/3 of the way up, so that's all normal. We can get the engine air on, APU air off, and APU off. Come up top and turn off the PTU and AC pumps, the emergency hydraulic cross feeds, essentially. So, okay, now we're good, and the speed's coming up through 250.
Horizon Air 2514, climbing team level 280, fly heading 050, expect direct Mach speed in about 5 minutes.
Okay, 280 and then 050 for now, Horizon Air 2514. Okay, 050. Warning was just about the APU being, the warning was just about the APU being shut off, so we're fine. Flight level 280. Max continuous.
So you did 9211, go.
Let's get all the.
Lead 9211, nothing for you. Climbing team level 370.
370, lead 9211.
All the throttles where we. Why does it tell us we need to raise just those two?
Contact Oakland Center 123.8. Bye bye.
23.8, so long. GPS 983.
Okay. So let's watch and make sure that it gets 857 across the board here. Getting there. We're still a little bit below 250. Pitch down just a tiny little bit. The airspeed up just a couple of knots. Alright, there we go.
Oakland Center, low speed 19, heavy duty flight level 350.
GPS 19 Oakland Center, D.
Okay. I think we are caught up with everything.
FedEx 671, clear direct Mach speed in Mach 0.78.
We are almost
Direct Mach speed for FedEx
through the transition altitude, so we'll get everything set to 2992. Okay, we were told to expect direct to Machu, so we'll be ready to do that. All right, we're officially through 18. Let's go ahead and do another pressurization check. So yeah, now the cabin altitude and the differential pressure are about 2/3 of the way. So the way I do it is through 10, these should be about 1/3 of the way up. Through 18, they should be about 2/3 of the way up, and then cruise, they should both be all the way up. Everything's good there.
Maintain 10,000 feet with you.
Any cars? Yeah, we're done with that.
And 7304, center maintain 503.
Yeah, we're done with the airport diagram. Very busy departure. Deceptively simple, but kept us very busy to keep that 2,000 by 4 DME. I probably should have gone just doing it into a gentler climb. Not knowing that we were going to hit that so quickly. This is not known as a rapidly climbing aircraft. In the Learjet, we would have had to probably take off at 2/3 power to avoid busting that. And this aircraft, I didn't expect it to be that significant a level off maneuver that we had to do, but we sure did. So we're done with that now. And then the timbers for arrival, we're going to have kind of the same thing, where we're going to have to do some manual
United 1299 contact.
Manual calculations to fly the optimal profile on this profile descent. Yeah, we've got a Psychic Taco with the 49-month resubscription. The stream alerts are not working. We've got just a lot of different glitches with the aircraft and the stream tonight. Not sure what's happened with that, but Psychic Taco, thank you very kindly for the resubscription and the continued support of the channel. Well over 4 years now, so we do truly appreciate that.
And Horizon Air 2514, what's your cruise Mach?
Cruise Mach will be about Mach 7.2, Mach 7.3 in that range.
Thank you.
So let's see what he's doing. He's got this guy heading up there, and then he's got us turning to follow him. I don't think there's a chance of catching him. What's his altitude? He's already above where we're going to be cruising at. So he's not really a factor for us. But I know Senator's just trying to get lateral spacing, especially if he's also going to Portland, which he is. So, I mean, just because he's going to be above me doesn't mean that the lateral spacing doesn't matter. The lateral spacing is going to matter because we're both eventually going to end up on the same runway. So Senator needs the FedEx to get a little further up the road before he turns me. But that was why he asked the question. He's trying to control that spacing there.
Allegiant 9211, contact Oakland Center 127.
And he may have a directive from Seattle Center saying that if you got aircraft, successive aircraft going to Machu, both going to Portland, that you have to have this X minimum number of distance between them.
2514, clear direct Mach C, maintain Mach 0.73.
All right, Mach C at Mach 0.73, Horizon 2514. Enter, and LNF. So it's not even Machu, he just cleared us further up the line. Yeah, this one here. But it's possible that he's been told that successive aircraft going to Portland can't cross Moxie any more frequently than once every X number of miles. In terms of traffic management, they refer to that as an MIT, a Miles and Trail Directive. The other thing that just happened is that the FMC, this very rudimentary FMC, drew a new line and then immediately overshot it because this one does not anticipate the turn radius. So we'll just do a direct to Moxie again from our present position, and then that'll sort that out right quick for us. So anyway, the center controller might be working with what they call an MIT directive, a miles and trail. Successive aircraft crossing the same point going to the same direction, same destination. They have to have certain number of miles of spacing between them, miles and trail, miles of spacing between successive aircraft. So that's why we probably got turned way further than it looks like we needed to. We're going to be way slower than the FedEx.
135.45 velocity, today.
But that's what he has to work with. He has to provide them a certain number of spacing in order for them to do their job, the controllers up in Seattle. All right, now when we were in this direction and we were cleared to a point out here, the reason I had to re-enter the direct to twice was because initially when I entered the direct to here, the FMC drew a dotted line from our position to that point, and then as soon as it started to turn, it realized, oh, we've overshot that line. So we got halfway through the turn. Instead of turning back to join that imaginary line, I just said, at this point, let's just do another direct to, and then we'll join this second imaginary line. That's a little bit more of a direct. So that's why you have to do it twice in these radical turns where it's a direct to further up the line. The FMC just isn't smart like a modern one is. It just draws this immediate line from your initial present position, and then it just immediately overshoots it. It doesn't have the ability to make that 90-degree turn in midair. So in order to prevent the maneuver looking like this, you just, at the point where you get to the apex of the turn, you just do a second direct to, and then it makes it a little bit more sensible. We do have an icing warning. Let's go ahead and get some anti-icing on the engines and the tail and the wings. And we'll get, oh, I did leave the continuous ignition on inadvertently. It's one of the things I often forget to do. I got the hydraulic pumps, the emergency hydraulic crossfeeds. I remember to turn those off this time, but I did not remember to turn off the continuous ignition switches. But with anti-icing, you would leave those on anyway. Basically, what you're doing is if you turn on an engine nacelle heater and a chunk of ice gets ingested by the engine and flames out the engine, you want that ignition continuously running to automatically light that fuel back up and get it back into up and running again. So you don't want that You don't want that happening the entire time of your flight, but certainly anytime you've got the possibility of an engine flame out because of icing conditions. And then during takeoff and then during landing, you want those systems on to provide that extra bit of protection against an engine flame out in those critical situations. But just cruising up and down the road, up and down the highway, you don't want to have that igniter firing off constantly. As a matter of fact, the icing warning has now disappeared. Let's go ahead and shut those systems off, including the continuous ignition now, and let's see if that engine or that icing warning will recur or whether it'll stay off. Alright, so we got the airspeed captured, the altitude capture at 28,000 now. We're going to leave the engines in climb power until the speed comes up to Mach 0.72.
73264, contact Seattle Center.
And then we'll kick it down to 600. Okay, so it's telling us we need to reduce the sticks to keep the 857. But then once we get close to our desired cruise speed, we'll cut it down even further. 690 was working on the way down, so 690 is what I've got it set to now. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that same power setting gets us there. All the way back up. Turn the kind of missed another one. I missed a number of switches here. Fasten seatbelt signs should have been on during the boarding process, but fasten seatbelt signs will come off at this point now. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruising altitude of 28,000 feet. We've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, and we allow you to get up, move around the cabin as you need to. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Voodoo donuts, cereal top donuts for you. We will give you an update on the weather situation up in Portland when we get a little closer and are about to start our descent. We did get airborne about 20 minutes late, but we don't anticipate major traffic delays coming into Portland. If that changes, we will let you know. Thanks again for flying with us on Alaska Airlines Flight 2514, service to Portland. All right, let's kick this down into what I call target. It stands for turbine gas temp. It is a target turbine gas temp, so the TGT works on both levels there. It did tell us I needed to reduce the throttle stick positions ever so slightly, so I did. They are now reduced, and the box is now maintaining a 690 across the board. For that, let's see how that changes. Yeah, there's our Mach 0.73, and so let's see what that does for us in terms of our cruise speed. If we have to bump it up or down a little bit to maintain that, then that's fine. Psychic says, yeah, the 146 sure does keep you busy until you're settled into cruise. It does, to a certain extent. That, I guess you were here for a departure out of Oakland. That was a deceptively easy-looking departure, a deceptively straightforward radar vector departure that suddenly turned into just a lot of work because of that 4-mile, 2,000-foot threshold, and then we had the speed restriction for being underneath the Bravo shelf, which I normally forget. I was proud of myself that I remembered that this time. But man, I was just chasing that all over the place, trying to get it settled into that. I was very behind the airplane that entire departure sequence, in case it wasn't obvious. I mean, it's got a pretty capable autopilot, right? It does have a pretty full functioning autopilot system, and the UNS-1 is not the most high functioning flight management system. It does the basics of LNAV, and it's got a pretty decent VNAV. It just doesn't calculate like a smooth. We're gonna, in a few moments here, I'm gonna take the Timbers arrival into Portland, and we're gonna calculate an optimal descent path that meets all these flight, these altitude constraints. Because one thing it does very poorly is it just builds a route that's a vertical path that's just hits the bottom constraint every time. You know, like Timbers at 12,000, at or above 12,000. Well, you don't need to be at between 7 and 9 for another 27 miles. So you don't want to be at 12,000 here and then have 27 miles to go 4,000 feet down. 3 to 5,000 feet, you got 27 miles to lose it. So 12,000 at Timbers would be ridiculously low. So what we're going to do is I'm going to plot this into a little chart that I keep on my on my flow list for the aircraft. And yeah, so Psychic, I would definitely think that Vance at 15, because what do you got, 9 to 15, so you got 6 to lose, and I do 3.5 per 1,000, so that would be 21 to lose. So if we were going to do 9 at Flower, maybe we'll do, yeah, maybe we'll do like 8,500 at Flower, and then 6, so I'll do like 14. Yeah, I would probably stick pretty close to that 15 advance, and then that would put us at like 17, 18 at Timbers, right? So there's no sense of being 12,000 at Timbers, but that's what the VNAV system in the UNS1 is going to do. It's going to go 12, 11, 7, 5. You know, so what we'll do is I'll put the numbers in. We'll come up with a descent path that's a little bit more sensible. But then I'll manually type in those figures here. All right. So how's our speed doing? Looks like it's settled in pretty well. If anything, it's drifted up slightly. No icing warnings. It's drifted up slightly. I might knock it down from 690 to 680 just to be sure. Otherwise, I think we're good. Let's go ahead and start what I was talking about. Again, this is a little chart that I kind of just built into my my flow list for the aircraft. And it just helps. So this column will tell me what the average descent from the first to the last is, and then this column will give me the point-by-point descent in terms of feet per nautical mile, and then I can just adjust the values until they're all very close to the average, right? So we're going to start this descent. That's the first one.
Go ahead for UPS 19.
Is everyone getting off at 11 o'clock here?
Probably.
So I think we're directed up to Moxie right now. So Moxie will be at or above flight level 240. We got 26 miles to Portal. We got 16,000 to 24,000. So we technically, if we hit
35.45 today.
If we want to be at 24 at Portal, you know, we could still be at well above that at Moxie. We're at 28 now. And then we got another 13 to TMBRS, which we have to be a minimum of 12,000. We go to the second page. We have 10 miles to Vance. And that's 11 to 15,000. And we got 17 more miles to Flower. And that's 7,000 to 9,000. And then we got 10 more miles to Widmer. 5,000 to 6,000. And we got 8 more miles to Colch. Have to be at 5,000 now. So we're going to say we definitely are going to be at 6,000 there. What if we're at 28,000 there? So the average descent, 289 from 28,000 to 6,000. That's pretty doable, probably. So we can keep the 28 at Moxie. What would 24,000 here be? That's only a 154 foot descent. So what's 22,000? 231. 21,000. Okay, so that 269 is now much closer to that 289. What about 20,000? 20,500. Yeah, so that's 288. It's very close to that 289. So that's what I want. So let's come up with another number that's going to be pretty close to that 288. Let's go 18,000. 16,000. 17,000. 16,900. 16,800.
Lot 46 open center.
Okay. 15,000 here. Nope, 14,000. Good. 9,000 there. 8,500 there. Nope, 9,000 there. Yeah, so backing up now. There's nothing I can do about this 125, right? Because we got 8 miles to lose 1,000 feet. To get there, so what do we do? What if we did it just a little bit shallower? 8,900.
427, flight level 320.
13,900.
427.
Yeah, so this is, wow, look at that. That's a nice continuous descent the entire way down. So there you go, Psychic Taco. There's the plan. And this is what your FMC and your 737NG, your 737 600 and higher, is going to do this kind of thing for you, right? In the UNS-1, you kind of have to suss it out manually. But then we'll go ahead and take those values, and I'll plug them in.
China 7304, contact Seattle.
And then it'll do a real nice job, actually, of it'll do a real nice job of
contact Seattle Center 132.07.
Where are we?
CS-19, contact North California 135.1.
35.1, you did that in the video.
Is that Gibson Peak we're looking at, maybe?
Yeah, the 571 descend to Windsor 2 arrival. The Yoga altimeter 3003.
Descend to the Windsor 2 arrival.
That would be my guess.
Horizon Air 2514, contact Seattle Center 135.45.
3545, Verizon at 2514. Seattle Center Horizon at 2514 is 280.
Horizon 2514, Seattle Center.
Okay. We are coming up to the event end time, by the way. We're about 1 minute away from the published event end time. It is quite possible that our VATSIM air traffic control is mostly going to be shutting down. We'll see what happens there. Let's get the nav over on this side. Let's get the VNAV over on this side. And then let's start putting in our revised descent plan. The first one that I'm changing is Widmer at 6,000. So once I do that, it'll blank out everything up to it. 16 at 6,000. Yeah, it'll blank out everything previous to this. So everything else we do will just be on that first lane. And Flower at 8,900. and then prior to Flower, it'll be France at 13.9.
Price of 2514, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, have a good night.
Advisory is 2514, thanks.
Alaska 493, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Okay, prior to France, it'll be Timbers at 16.8.
Additional aircraft service and now close 03012.
And then prior to Timbers, Portal at 2500. Hey, Malcolm Foxtrot, how are you, sir? We're heading up to Portland. And then prior to Portal, it'll be Moxie at 28,000. Descent rate is going to be 2,000. Whoops. So the top of the descent's 200 miles. Yeah, everybody in Oakland was real good. Excellent service everywhere. All right, so let's take a moment. I'll tell you what. I am going to take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. And then when we come back, what I'll do is I'll get on VATSIM radar and I'll monitor the controller list here. And we'll just see if anyone stays on, great. If they don't stay on, that's understandable. You know, maybe we get some approach services at Portland, or maybe, yeah, so there are some Portland approaches still on for now. It looks like the local controllers in Portland are already gone, so it looks like possibly we get approach on for just the return trip. It's also possible that controller will be gone by the time we get there. And who knows, maybe other controllers. This is a West Coast event, right? So it's really 11:10. It's only 8 p.m. there. So it's not out of the question somebody could come in and back clean up and work some of this traffic after the official published event time. Yeah, and I know Chris, so it's possible he may stick around knowing I'm coming back there, which he certainly wouldn't be obligated to do. But he may, and he doesn't have to. But yeah, at this point it goes back to first come first serve, right? The event's over. But if a controller wanted to just pop on this late and provide some services, yeah, they could. Who knows? I mean, we might see somebody do that, or we might see them stay away from the airspace just because they know it will be extra busy and cleanup mode. That happens sometimes too. Like when you're one controller taking over after a major event, it might be just a little bit too much for one person to take. So yeah, we'll see what happens if Portland approach is plugged off as well. It looks like. So as of right now, it appears we will be on our own. But, like I said, fingers crossed, maybe that situation will change between now and then. With a few moments to go, though, to make that assessment, I'm going to go ahead and duck out of the cockpit for a little bit of a liquid recycling break. And then we'll come back and we'll reassess our situation with air traffic control, and then we'll see where we stand in terms of the descent plan. All right, sit tight, friends. Back in just a few moments. Still got about half a leg to do here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel, heading up to Portland, Oregon. See you in a bit. patience. We are wrapping up another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. I recap the Slant artwork adventure for you as well. So the Friday Night Ops tonight was called the Boxed In FNO, Boxed In Friday Night Ops event, hosted by Salt Lake, Seattle, and Oakland ARTCCs, and they staffed up Salt Lake City, Oakland, Portland, and Boeing Field as 4 fields where there are very heavy cargo operations. So that was the theme of the night's Friday Night Ops event. Well, we did it as a shuttle run, a Horizon Air shuttle run, a fictional Horizon Air shuttle run, because obviously the Horizon doesn't fly the BAe-146 and never did. But we did it as a fictional Horizon Air shuttle run from Portland down to Oakland, and then Oakland now back up to Portland. Of course, the VATSIM air traffic control has kind of evaporated. It is now past 11 p.m. We do have a ground controller just popped on, a very brave ground controller, going to try and sort out the chaos there at Portland. It doesn't look like there's too much traffic coming in. It looks like Oakland Center set us up for success, didn't they? They got the spacing coming into Moxie pretty good. These guys might be running up on top of each other. The FedEx might have decided his speed restriction didn't count anymore since Center was offline. So I think this FedEx sped up probably. This Alaska, followed by this Southwest, we're looking pretty well spaced with me. If FedEx had slotted in kind of between me and Southwest where he was supposed to go, he probably would have been fine. But absent a center controller didn't monitor that spacing, looks like he's running up on his trail a little bit. But other than that, if FedEx had dropped back, looks like Oakland Center set us up well in terms of our spacing into Moxie. And it doesn't look like there's, there's 4 of us coming up, and then there's a couple of them in the pattern here. Those are departures, it looks like. Departure. That's an arrival, and then this is an arrival who looks like he might be cutting in ahead of this one here. And it looks like he's got plenty of space to do that, so that's fine. So it doesn't look like maybe 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 that are immediately inbound to Portland. This one might be coming in. By the time he gets there, we might be, fairly close. But it doesn't look like we're going to have a massive cluster at Portland. It looks like we'll be manageable. We do need to go ahead and get the communications plan set up. I'm still monitoring the Seattle Center frequency, but at this point I should be on the advisory frequency. Go ahead and get that fixed in a moment. We'll need to perform local advisories on the Portland Tower frequency. We'll have to look that up and see what that is. And then once we get on the ground, it does look like we have a Portland ground controller, so we'll need to be ready to switch over to that. Anyway, so as we said, it's the Boxed In Friday Night Ops event, but we're doing a passenger op. So I said, well, what would that look like if we were doing a passenger op on a cargo-themed night? So that was our Slant artwork adventure. It started off with just me and the dogs in a plane full of boxes. We then have added that the pups are in a... We said delivery uniforms, and ChatGPT very cleverly, instead of UPS, went PUPS. That killed me. I hope we find and clip the spot where I revealed that, because that just absolutely floored me. That was hilarious. That was an editorial choice by ChatGPT, which just took me by surprise. So funny. We added characters from Sleepless in Seattle. We are headed up to the Pacific Northwest after all, and although Seattle is not on our itinerary tonight, where I guess we're going to get up to Portland. And then we got the guys from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles doing a little drink service there for our furry friend Alf in the background. So that's where the Slant artwork adventure stands. If you want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, that'll put you in the queue to suggest an addition or modification to that image. It's looking pretty good as it stands, but if you want to get in on that, you're more than welcome to do that, and we can add whatever you'd like to it. So yeah, there's our Slant artwork adventure, which represents the fact that we're doing passenger ops on a cargo-themed event. So again, you kind of have to understand what the event was about to get the joke there, but oh my God, when we got the request to put the dogs in the delivery uniform, and ChatGPT came back with PUPS, that was just, oh my God. It's one of the funniest things I've seen on these sled artwork adventures since we started doing it. One of the funniest things I've seen.
PSA 31.
Yeah, it sounds like we're catching maybe, I'm not even sure the frequency I'm monitoring. 35, 45?
Nice, just getting on. Oh, hey Mike, what's going on?
So yeah, I'm not sure who we're picking up here. They're far away.
Salt Lake.
Sounds like a couple of pilots chit-chat, but we'll go ahead and get off of that, because who knows if they'll continue to maintain appropriate. Of course, it's not really appropriate to have just chit-chat conversation on an operational frequency, but kind of let that go. But just in case they say anything inappropriate, we'll go ahead and tune to 22.8. So there's our en route advisory frequency, our generic advisory frequency. When we get into Portland, it did look like we had, that they do have a tower on there now. Okay, so we've got a tower frequency and a ground frequency. And we'll get those tuned in, and then we'll be ready to check in with those once we get close. But again, the sequencing through the approach is all going to be on our own. That's all going to be on 22.8. And then we'll switch over to the tower frequency when we're ready to get our landing clearance. So 2377 and 21.9er, those are the two frequencies we need to have ready. So we'll go over here. .77. I probably went the long way. From 0.2 to 0.77, I've probably gone the long way, but that's okay. 775. And then the ground frequency 21.9er. I guess we should make sure that so Victor 3013, they are still landing 28 left and 28 right. So, all good there. All right, so just check the email real quick, make sure it's not, it wouldn't be work related. That particular alert sound is not generally a work related one. Okay, all good. So again, we got the one arrival from the east. FedEx has self-modified his route now. I guess he realized he was running up on the guy in front of him. So we'll have to see what FedEx does in order to get in behind Southwest. The rest of these guys are all spaced out fairly well, and then we'll have to kind of watch the one arrival coming in from the east. Make sure we appropriate the sequence appropriately. So it looks like he's just going to do a lap. I mean, the published hold there is a right turn, but he's just doing a lap around to the left. But you can kind of see why that's a bad idea. But that's okay. He's at 39,000. What's his altitude? He's at 24 and change, so he's good. They've got plenty of vertical separation there. But then if FedEx takes too long to get turned back in toward Moxie, then we're going to be running up on top of him. So we'll have to watch and see what he does, but I might then decide it's appropriate for me. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Based on the amount of time it's going to take him to get turned around and routed back up to the north, let's just go ahead and do that. Let's put ourselves on a vector for sequence here. He is indeed on 22.8. So he actually put it in the chat there that he's left 362 miles off for spacing, and then I decided I'd let him know that I saw him and that I was going to come in after him. But be careful. These guys are going to Portland too. He's going to Boeing. But this UPS is going to Portland also, so I've got to not go too wild. Because I need to make sure I stay far enough ahead of UPS 121. So as soon as I see him turning back toward Moxie, I really probably should turn fairly promptly to follow him. Alright, let's do it. Let's, you know what, again, it draws the line and then immediately overshoots the line. So let's just repeat it. There. Almost there. Let's do it one more time. Alright, so we're now on a direct path back to Moxie, 27 miles from it, and that's exactly when we're going to start our top of descent as well. Seth Part 2 is back with us. Hey Seth, what's going on? Alright, so we're headed to Moxie, and then the UPS is headed to Moxie, and we're going to be slower than the FedEx, so I think that'll afford us plenty of spacing. The only wild card still is this guy coming from the east, and it looks like he's going to be in before us, or maybe right around the same time. We'll work that out. When we get past this Point Flower and we're vectoring out to the east onto the downwind, we'll work that out. It may be worked out before we get there. But without an approach controller, we're going to handle all this part on our own. And then the tower controller's really just giving us landing clearances. goes. Let's see if anything major has changed with the ATIS information. It is still information Victor. 10 statute miles. Few clouds at 10, few at 170, broken at 200, broken at 250. So we're going to say mostly cloudy skies. 3013 is the altimeter. So I'm going to go ahead and set that up to 3013. Yes, that part of two. I haven't seen any of the achievement badges. I actually have one. This is the Pilot Club Essentials Flying Essentials course. So it's still, we're just starting to roll it out. There's another board meeting tomorrow afternoon where we're going to talk about how the program's going so far. And assuming everyone is cool with the proof of concept, then we'll be bringing additional badge programs online. It's just getting ramped up at this point. So the FedEx has proceeded past Moxie. He's heading up toward Portal now. And we're actually going to go to Moxie and then Portal. So we'll create a little bit of additional distance there. We'll just need to continue to watch this guy. Anyway, so we're going to call it temperature's 14, which is we'll call it mid-50s. Mostly cloudy, very light winds. 9 miles from top of descent. And let's go ahead and just set the pressurization down to 0. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We turned the fasten seatbelt signs on as we are just about to start our descent into Portland. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. And we expect to be on the ground in just about 30 minutes. The weather at Portland is currently showing in the high 50s, high to mid-50s, with very, very light winds and mostly cloudy skies. We'll get you safely on the ground as soon as we can, and we do appreciate you flying along with us on Alaska Airlines Flights 2514 service to Portland. Okay, so time to start down, I think. We get descend via the timbers, then that puts us at 5,000 at Polch. Select that, indicated airspeed, descent, and sync. And we'll just start a gentle descent. It doesn't seem to have picked up that we're past Moxie. Okay, so it just kind of missed that. Okay, and we're pretty much at 2. We're at about 290 knots. It could be 270 at Timbers, 270 at Portal. Alright, so let's... we've got the vertical speed we want, so let's capture that. And then let's pull the engines down to 60%. That's as low as we're able to go for now. And we'll let the speed come down to 270. we'll recapture that there. Alright, so we need to be descending at 2550, okay, and we're pretty close to that. Okay, engine's all, it's just above 60%. Yeah, Seb, so we do it quarterly. We do it in month 1, month 4, month 7, and month 10, and we do it on usually the second or third Saturday. Third Saturday, I think, usually. And then it takes a couple of weeks for us to pull the minutes from that together, and then we pass those around, make sure everybody agrees with how everything was written and characterized, nothing was misstated in the minutes, and once we've all voted to approve them, then they get published. Alright, so our little sequencing did pretty well. The Southwest up here, FedEx up here, us up here, UPS still pretty well behind us, and then this guy from the east will have to figure that out as we vector ourselves off the downwind, I guess. The box wants us descending. Oh, we need to slow the descent here, which is good because we need to slow the speed anyway. Let's just kick it out of vertical speed mode and pitch up to slow the descent. We want to pitch up to maintain about a 1,650 foot per minute descent. So basically what I'm going to do is pitch, so it's 1,400, 1,500, that's fine. But really want to get the speed down to the 270, which it is, so we'll go ahead and capture that. Center of the bug to reflect that. And then we'll add some throttle back in order to maintain, I think that says 16, can't tell if that's a 16, okay. Wasn't sure for a second if that said 16 or 18, but when it ticked over to 1550, that kind of did the trick there. Since we're coming up on transition level, I'm going to go ahead and set the altimeter. We just glanced down here, oh yeah, 3013, good, yep. Instead of having to fumble back for V-pilot or fumble back for the little scrap of paper in the cockpit that you wrote it down on, just put it in ahead of time into the standby altimeter. Well, now that we're passing through 18,000, or almost passing through 18,000, now they're all back in agreement. So this, I just use that since it's just a backup. So I just use that as that kind of the substitute for that pre-armed altimeter setting like you get in the more modern airliner. Okay, we still need to slow this descent significantly here, so I'm going to add some more throttle back in. Of course, that necessary descent rate is going to change pretty rapidly because we're pretty close to the point. So we don't need to go chasing it too bad. We're well in valid range for timbers. We have to be just at or above 12. So anywhere at or above 12 is fine and legal. 16H just where I want it to be, just for continuity of descent. So we don't have to hit that exactly, but yeah, there we go. Now it's 1,700 to Vance, and even Vance, 13.9 is not an exact target necessarily. So we're good. And then when do we slow? Vance is when we go to 250, and then Widmer's when we go to 230. Alright, so let's try and get close to that 1750 descent rate now. Capture that, and then we can adjust the speed. Okay, so 250, we'll be right about there. Okay, yeah, so Vance at 13.9, and it says we need to descend much faster to get there, but that's okay. Because Vance really... Vance really is 11 to 15. We got the raid coming in from Stu222. How are you, Stu? I'm sorry that the alert sound didn't work, but thank you very kindly. Very nice raid from Stu222. Appreciate it. We're finishing up our flight into Portland right now, and doing that on advisories, although we do have a tower and a ground, but we're sequencing ourselves on advisories, and did a pretty good job. This FedEx did a little bit of a loop back here to space himself, and then we did a little bit of a juke to kind of come in behind him, and then, oh, this guy turned away, so I'm not sure what happened to him. Was he... I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure why he turned away so badly. But we got the Southwest, and then FedEx, and then us, and then however this guy sequences in, and then we got the UPS behind us. So doing our best to self-sequence while we're following this arrival. And again, I appreciate the raid. Sorry that the sound didn't work this time. Not sure what was going on with that. But let me. Yeah, we're coming up on 10,000, so I got a few things to do. Let's get the APU started. Get the warning going for that. We've got the speed restriction at Vance is 250, so we're doing pretty good there. And we're on our way to Widmer now, so now we got to get to 230 on the speed. And we need to be descending at about 1,600, and we're good. So I'm going to go ahead and cap. Oh, we're still at 1,600, descending perfectly. So I'm going to get the throttles back to 60%. It's as low as you can go until you get the APU up and running. But we're going to let that speed bleed off to 230 knots. Since we're coming up on 10, we're going to go ahead and get the landing lights on, turn off lights on. Let's come up here. Let's get the APU air on. Engine air off. Now we can pull the throttles all the way back down if we need to. And then let's get the hydraulic crossfeed pumps on, the emergency hydraulic crossfeeds, which keep pressure in case of a hydraulic pump failure. Okay, we've got some anti-icing stuff we need to put on as well. Alright. We're having some sort of a failure with the ice protection. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how to fix that. Alright, so coming up on Widmer, we need to be at 6,000. It wants us descending at 1,800, 1,850 now. I'm going to kick it out of vertical speed mode, and we're just going to pull the engines all the way back. Now that we got the APU supplying electrical power, we can put the engines all the way back at idle if we need to. Right, the other thing we need to do is we need to start setting up for this approach. 110.5. .283. Alright, and if we go missed, it's UBG 360.
Portland traffic, FedEx 671 Heavy, going to be making a left turn at Hipster, join the 28 left ILS, Portland.
117.4. and 360, but we're going to be joining the 360 inbound, so I'm going to flip that to 180. Straight to 21 and then left to 4. Okay, we are split. We got both of those in RNAV for now. Okay, we need to be at 6,000 at Widmer. And 230 knots. Alright, minimums on that approach. 306, 283. I'm going to set it to 500 just to have a little bit of a buffer. Okay, we're at the speed. Capture that. Stow the spoilers. And then at Colch we need to be at 210. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. Know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, next to be pulled. I believe it's on April 27th. Portland traffic, Horizon 2514 is on the downwind for 28 left, and we're going to sequence behind Mike Charles Alpha 2323. We're coming behind you, Portland traffic. Alright, I think I'm going to go ahead and just put it into heading mode. And we'll switch the radio, switch the guidance over to radio guidance on both sides. And we do have it split, so the captain's going to have the approach course and frequency, and the first officer have the missed approach course and frequency, and then let's go ahead and set our flaps 30 bugs. Guess I can't go too far out there, huh? Can't go too far out there because I'm going to end up in the hills. I don't know what he's doing. I hope these guys are going to the right side.
For the traffic number 32, Bridge, we're currently at the airport in a right down for 2 right.
Portland Horizon 2514 is 15 out for the left side east of the airport.
Portland traffic, Espinair, 901,
disconnected.
Right off departure.
Alright, so flying by hand here, guys. Heaven help us. Looks like we're right kind of where we want to be on glide slope, so I'm going to start letting it descend a little bit. Oh, and we're overshooting the turn.
just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you.
So let's get back on the localizer for the left side. And let's bring the nose up just a little bit so that we're not undershooting that glide slope. Throttles back just to bring the speed down. Oh, I see the airport too. Alright, we're good. Okay, we'll switch over to the tower frequency.
Localizer armed.
Glide slope just does not want to capture this time. I'm not sure why. Portland Tower, horizon 2514, 10 out for 28 left.
$2,500.
Last aircraft calling tower. Sorry, just copy. Say again.
Horizon 2514's 8 mile final, 28 left.
Horizon 2514, runway 28 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 28 left, horizon 2514.
And I don't know if it's too late. Do you want to make a side step to the right to park at the Echo Gate? It might make it easier. If not, you can taxi around.
Parking at Bravo Gate, so we'll be good on this side.
Oh, okay. Horizon 2514. Continue your approach, clear to land.
All right, clear to lane 28 left, horizon 2514. All right, so flaps. We'll use a little bit of spoiler, but that's now stowed. I got the gear out, flaps out. Second notch of flaps coming in, continuous ignition. Okay, anti-icing stuff can come off. Continuous ignition's already on. And let's get the TMS off. I've got one more notch of flaps to go. Glide slope's looking good. Alright, last call for the predictions, Trents. Glide's looking good. We've still got to get the speed down. We're inside. We're 4 miles now, so we'll go ahead and get the last notch of flaps out. That should help us bring the speed down. We'll put some thrust back in once we see that happening. Okay, good. Alright, localizer's good, speed's good. Glide's a little. Okay, good, that's corrected. Speed's a little fast. And again, I flared too high and then let it drop, so we're going to flare late on this one. We're going to try and flare right at 20 feet. I know I said that the first time and then didn't do it. A little fast.
Plus 100.
We are continuing. We are landing.
Minimums. Minimums. Alright, we're dead on our numbers.
I know it says we're way below glide slope. Visually, I'm happy with where we are.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Good day, Air Canada 8654. Established for the visual approach runway.
Okay, I was happy with it, except I over finessed it, and I think did a little bit of a skim and skip there. So the initial.
Stand by. Have you been coordinating on Unicom prior to calling me? Because there's a lot of traffic kind of converging. Yes, sir. We've been coordinating. We're doing a simultaneous approach with UPS.
So there was an initial skim that was a nice, gentle landing, and then I think we did skim and come back up a little bit and then drop down a little bit more firmly. Overall, still.
323. I don't know who that is. Air Canada.
Overall, still, I think we did fine.
Say again your call sign. Hey, Air Canada 8654. Air Canada 8654, runway 28 right, clear to land. And did you confirm Victor?
Yes, my apologies. We do have information Victor on board.
Portland ground, Horizon 2514's off of 28 left. We're going to Bravo 3.
Horizon 2514, Portland ground, taxi to terminal via Bravo 3 Tango.
Right, Bravo 3 and then Tango, the Horizon Air 2514.
Portland ground, Ice Air 664 is short of Tango information, Victor.
Alright, so straight ahead one more, and then we'll turn right on Tango. Yeah, so overall felt good about it. The flare was better timed. Just overflared just still slightly. I think I flared later like I wanted to, but then I still overflared like I didn't want to. That's okay though. It's an improvement. Every time we do it, we get a little bit better.
Portland ground, Ice Air 664 is short of Tango with Victor ready to taxi 28 left.
Ice Air 664, runway.
Alright, so we're on the taxi in. Let's see. Flaps stowed, spoilers stowed, landing lights off, turn off
Tango,
lights
Bravo
off,
3,
taxi
Bravo,
lights on.
28 left, Ice Air 664.
We can get the continuous ignition off. Get the flight directors off.
Ice Air 664, confirm and so Victor on board.
Get the
Affirm information, Victor.
weather radar off. We can get the transponder. Whoops, didn't mean to get it. Meant to get it just in the transponder mode. Right, just the TA and RA off. What else? Did I get everything? Spoilers and flaps. Landing strobe, runway lights, continuous ignition. I think I got that this time. Yeah, it did. Weather and transponder. Okay, we're going to Bravo 3. How far down is that? I think that's a ways yet. All right. Whew. Right back to the stand where we started. Right at the top of the hour, too. Perfect timing. So which one of these is Bravo 3? Remember, I had to do a little bit of jockeying around because the gates weren't in exactly the same position as the scenery depicted them. Another arrival on 28 left. We'll just aim for this one here. That'll be close enough. Got a random message from another pilot. Let's answer that off screen. Oh, taxi light. Taxi light kind of, you want to turn that off as you turn onto the ramp. Not to blind anybody working here. Okay, parking brake on. Let's let's get the aircraft turned around here. Well, not turn around, because we are going to do the turnaround checklist, but then we are going to shut it down after that. Let's go. Taxi light off. Parking brake is on. The master warning knob can come out. The oxygen systems can be turned off.
Runway 21 at Bravo, Echo, hold short of runway 28 left at Echo.
Bravo, Echo, hold short 28 left at Echo, cross runway 21 at Bravo.
Engine jets pop up to the panel here. Engine gens 1 and 4 can be turned off. Pack number 2 can come off. All 4 throttles can be brought into cutoff. Let's make sure all 4 of them go. The fasten seatbelt signs can come off. Fuel pumps 1, 3, and 4 can come off. We'll leave number 2 on for the APU. Ice detection switch can come off. And beacon switch can come off. Let's go over here to our tablet and get our chalk set. And we'll do a we'll just do a 5-minute deboard.
121 heavy, cross runway 28 left at Echo.
Cross runway 28 left at Echo, UPS 121 heavy.
Let's see. Up top, we got the so the hydraulic pumps went off when the engines went off, but notice how we still have hydraulic pressure. Turn these off, and then that's gone. So that's what those pumps do. Exactly. That's exactly what those pumps do.
Contact tower 1 tree.
Up down here, we'll set 2000.
277, take care, ice air 664.
And stand by. Let me answer this on the message real quick.
Portland ground, good day, Air Canada 8654, hold short of Alpha here off of 28 right.
Air Canada 8654, Portland ground, safe parking.
Anywhere you want us.
Air Canada 8654, taxi terminal via Tango.
Alright, so
Air Canada 8650.
Squawk 2000, standby mode set. Let us take a peek at our predictions. Oh, CTXDB. Oh, you put a, yeah, it's a little late to get the, I'll tell you what, let's, I'll pass on that last modification for the slant out work adventures. We're pretty much going to wrap up here. Catch you on the next one, though. Sorry about that. I didn't see how long ago you put that in, but I just now saw that. Anyway, so let's take a peek at my predictions in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates, and then we'll take a peek at your predictions in terms of the descent rate. So, and again, the initial touch on the descent on the touchdown was really nice, but I do think it kind of skimmed back up into the air, and then my normal mode of plopping it down after the speed let off kind of persisted. It's okay, though. We had intended to be down at 11:34 Eastern Time. We're about 25 minutes late. We're almost exactly 30 minutes late. We got airborne 20 minutes late, and then maybe a 10-minute delay in the air, possibly, because we have a headwind. I know that the ground speed I noticed was only showing...
Midcon 2323.
ground speed was only showing about 420 knots, and normally it's faster than that, but I think we might have been fighting a little bit of a headwind there. So yeah, half an hour late, and let's see how we did in terms of 6,220 pounds remaining. I bet we're pretty close on that. Yeah, exactly. 6431 is pretty darn tootin' good. I'll take it. 200 extra pounds. That's not bad.
Terminal Bravo Echo Mike, cross 21 at Bravo, Midcon 2323.
In terms of your predictions, how we do in terms of the descent rate upon touchdown? Well, I see a couple of you really, really close, so you're going to make me kind of sort it out. But 144 was the number that initially registered, so 144 shall be our winner. We had a 140 and a 150. Oh boy, that's a battle. So we got 69. Let me make sure I got to skim back and make sure I get all the guesses. 69, 124, 75, 150, and 140. Eric FX with the 155. Eric, I haven't seen you in a bit. Good to hear from you. Melvin came in with the 180. So 150, 140. And it was 144, so Ruby the Juice edges out Psychic Taco by 1 there, or by 2 technically. So yeah, 4 away instead of 6 away. But yeah, Ruby the Juice gets the ticket. Okay, so Ruby the Juice. Hopefully written legibly enough for me to figure out what it says when the drawing happens, in case this ticket's the one that comes out. KPDX. Tight margins and good guesses, yeah, right? Exactly.
Aircraft information whiskey, now current wind 300 at 3.
417.
Altimeter 3012.
KPDX. All right. So let's finish up the shutdown then, and then we'll talk about what's coming up on the stream. Got a whole bunch of stuff to do, and a lot of things to shut off in this aircraft. So NAV1, DME1, and NAV2. Come down here. COM1, COM2, ADF1, ADF2. Flight Management Entry Unit 1, Flight Management Entry Unit 2. And on the very bottom, yaw damper can come off. Brake temps are still cooling, but we can go ahead and turn the brake temp monitor off. We'll come up to the top end. We'll turn the brake fans off. Obviously, you wouldn't turn the brake fans off until they had cooled all the way, but we're closing up shop, so they'll have to deal with it. Anti-skid can come off, lift spoiler systems can come off. The 5 systems master switches can come off. What else we got? We got the cabin emergency lights off, no smoking signs can come off. Logo lights can come off. Drop down to the bottom, we got the galley switch. The remaining pack system can come off. The APU air can come off since we're no longer powering packs. The APU itself can come off. We'll switch everything over to the batteries. That means we can shut off that last fuel pump and the center tank transfer. Oh, center tank transfer is shut. Well, we didn't have any fuel in the center tank in that second flight anyway, so that is fine. The APU gen switch can come off. Flight deck emergency lights off. The AC and DC bus ties off. That external power is off. Standby inverter, standby generator off as well. Nav lights. Oh, I guess I didn't do the strobes off the runway, duh. Nav lights off, and then the 2 battery switches can come off, and there you go. Over here, yeah, so boarding is complete. We'll close up all the doors, we'll leave the chocks on, and there we are. We'll face it this way just in case anybody else is coming in for landings. But there we are. We made it, guys. Down to from Portland down to Oakland, and then Oakland back to Portland. Great service from all of the air traffic controllers in the Seattle and the Oakland Air TCCs. We did not talk to anyone from Salt Lake, but we appreciate them being on as well for what they call the boxed-in Friday Night Ops event. The boxed-in Friday Night Ops, so cargo-themed, right? They were staffing up airports that have pretty substantial cargo operations. We did a passenger trip, though, knowing that's where our slant artwork adventure kind of combines our transportation of the PUPS, not the UPS, but the PUPS delivery service there with all the boxes in the aisle. We got the drink cart coming down. Looks like we got a pretty substantial heavyweight drink cart coming down. A couple of heavyweights pushing that drink cart. We got our two friends from Sleepless in Seattle. I guess they were diverting to Portland. And we got our friend Alf back there as well. So yeah, fun little slant artwork adventure, and CTXB will get you in on the next one. Sorry about that. But there's where we wound up for the evening. And again, it's 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, cashed in at the bottom of the chat panel to get in on that action once we fire that project up for next stream. Speaking of next stream, the show schedule normally is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time here during the summer months. And you can check out the full show schedule down underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server. You will note on that on Monday the 20th I've got a work obligation, so we will miss the Monday stream, and we'll be back on our normal schedule for Wednesday's stream. We're going to do a little bit of 737 ops in the Mediterranean. So VATSIM hosts an event series called Elite Wings. They've got one coming up tomorrow that is going to be from, where is it going to be? From Heraklion to Skiathos in Greece. So that's happening tomorrow. I will not be participating in that tomorrow. However, we're going to do our own rendition of that on Wednesday in the PMDG 737-800 series. Now, I don't consider myself an Elite Wings pilot by any stretch. I'm a competent 737 virtual pilot, but we're going to give that Elite Wings flight a try on Wednesday. Probably won't have VATSIM air traffic control and a massive other list of pilots doing it, so it'll just be us. We're going to throw in, just because that's a fairly short hop, we're going to throw in a stop in Palermo, Italy, in between. So we're going to start in Heraklion, we're going to head out to Palermo, and then we'll come back and do the arrival into Skiathos. So that'll be our stream on Wednesday. Then we're going to be off Friday, and then Saturday morning is VATSIM Cross the Pond Day. We're going to be doing some air traffic control for the Dulles Airport departures. I don't yet know what position I'm going to be assigned to yet, but surely going to be assigned some position there at Dulles, as we have 115 scheduled departures out of Dulles Saturday morning for the Cross the Pond event. So to recap, normally Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. Next week, off Monday, Wednesday night flying in the Mediterranean, Friday off, and then Saturday morning we'll be on. So that's the schedule. Full show schedule, as I said, published underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server. The Discord server link will be coming back to the bottom right of your screen. There it is. Bottom right of your screen is our Discord server link, and that's a good way to keep in touch with the stream when I'm off as well. If you want to stop in and say hi, ask any questions about anything that you saw or heard this evening, that's a good way to do it. All right, so we'll see you Wednesday. Who are we sending a raid over into the meantime? We're almost always on a Friday night. Is Moose still actually up and flying? We'll see if he is. Well, and we've got a bunch of choices here. We've got a bunch of choices. I'm going to send you over to Mustafa. He looks like he's really close to landing, so I'm going to get you that raid fairly quickly, but we heard Moose on the channel earlier, so we will go ahead and get that up and running. J Aviation Johnny, if you want to participate in the event, you absolutely must have a booked slot, and that booking process has been going on for weeks now, so you've missed the boat on getting a slot for that event. You do not want to try and fly it without one. It will be mass chaos, and you will be delayed, and you will be kept to a low flight level over the ocean. It won't work out well. If you want to fly out of a specific airport, you can do that. You can expect delays, but do not try to fly over the ocean. Yeah, domestic flight during that event's fine. If you're going to be in or near any of the event airports, you're probably going to get a lot of delays. But you're more than welcome to fly domestically during the event. Yeah, there's no reason that you can't. Just don't try to fly over the ocean without a slot for sure. All right, we'll send the raid over to Mustafa, and he's getting ready to join final. It looks like, I'm not quite sure. Oh, he is arriving here at Portland. Okay, so we'll kind of watch his arrival, but I'm going to go ahead and send the raid over to him. You can watch from his vantage point, and then I will watch from my vantage point. But anyway, so we will see you Wednesday. Remember, off Monday, on Wednesday. But we'll see you Wednesday. Have a great start to your weekend. Have a fantastic weekend the whole way through. Have a great start to your upcoming week. And then we'll catch you in the middle of it. So between now and then, though, be happy, healthy, safe, and all of your travels and adventures. And we will talk to you again soon. Cheers, friends. Take care.